Welcome back. I am starting again with, I'm continuing Rootree. Roottrees are dead with we last time we started Rootreemania. I had to cut it really short. I had to cut the stream real short. But let's go in now. Let's see if we can do this today. I feel like we can do this today. One day, come on. Okay, so we're trying to figure out. Founded by the five. There's information here. Did we ever find the book? Alright. Let's see. Oh no. Who does this guy look like? Oh my god. Who does he remind me of? I'm placing the actor. I know exactly who it looks like. 5Ps, aka Felix Fellows. Is that his real government name? Felix Fellows sounds fake. He used time holding a photo of his mother and Guy Hudson. Let me make sure I'm getting levels. Okay, yeah. Microphone's working. The article concerns his insistence that his father was Guy Hudson. The story was dramatic and sensational and initially dismissed as fake until a DNA test proved that he was related to Guy Hudson. 5Ps said that his mother Joanna was Zach Morton's secretary when he retired, and then Guy Hudson's secretary for only 1 or 2 weeks after that before she quit. Uh-oh. The first few weeks that he was president. His parents divorced when he was 4 after his father learned of the affair. Felix and his mother then moved to Portland because she was afraid for her and her son's life. He grew up with her until he was 16, but one day his mother never came home from the movie rental store where she worked the register. The next morning they found her dead from an overdose in her car. She had stolen all the cash from her drawer and spent it on heroin. Frick. Felix went through her belongings. The only things he had to remember her by were a hairbrush she always had, some photos, and a stuffed animal from her childhood, but then he found it. A box hidden in the back of her closet. Inside were love letters and photos related to Guy Hudson, as well as a letter from his father containing threats. He threw it all away, with the exception of the one photo he appears with on the cover of News Time. He says it's the only one where they were dressed. Ooh. Yeah, that's why you don't check VHSs in your parents' house, kid. The only one not from the affair itself. The picture shown in full inside the magazine and was added to your evidence. Let me grab his face. The magazine also includes some additional history about 5P's career. He was born Felix Fellows, Riley and Joanna Fellows, but has never rapped without a moniker. He tried to find success opening for other artists and even selling CDs on the street corners in Portland. He has only recently started going as 5Ps to harness the power of his lineage. The writer did some research into the truth of these claims and was able to confirm that Joanna did work for the Roottrees company as a secretary sometime during the early to mid-70s. It also confirmed she died of a drug overdose and that Felix went into foster care soon after. They were unable to track down his father. They also reached out to the Roottrees company, but at the moment the company's blanket statement was, since the release of a recent book, Roottrees has seen an overwhelming number of false ancestral claims. None have been factual, and nearly all have been knowingly dishonest. We encourage individuals to reach out to us in an official capacity as opposed to attempting to use our name in the media for publicity. Okay. Guy and Joanna. Okay, Clark Rafferty. Charlatans and thieves. Miracle Rootree fires back. Is this guy still alive? Yeah, because he got his eyes. Yeah, those are the sunglasses. He vehemently denied the 5 pieces of Rootree. This article was from before the DNA test that proved it. Miracle doesn't focus much on the details of 5P's accusations regarding his mother and Guy Hudson. Instead, he comes across as exhausted at the events that have been going on behind the scenes, as well as a character of those he feels are attacking his family. He starts with the 6 pieces content. He says that although most of the book was based in fact, it left out anything that wouldn't fit the agenda. He points out that Sam's daughter still earns a generous salary for overseeing the farm division of Roottree, and that Sam did the same before her. That Sam's family was not destitute, and that really it was only her son who chose to take on a job with no salary. And that was Ernest, right? He claims that though they didn't have to, the family helped pay for her son's medical bills after voting that it was the right thing to do. Miracle also says that the story about his father, Elias, shutting EC was one-sided, leaving out Edward Clancy's blame in the whole thing. Elias gave him a simple ultimatum: stop sinning or be disowned. Miracle says it was EC's own choice, but that Elias allowing him to earn food and shelter on the company's dime was a kindness, especially considering that he and John continued to live together. Bro, shut the fuck up. Miracle then pivots to the fallout from 6 pieces. He recounts a deluge of claims to the Clancy trust that the family have been subjected to. He doesn't cite any specifics, but says that every time someone comes forward, the family devolves to arguments. They've had to hire an outside legal team to help, but so far every case has been demonstrably, laughably false. All they do is tarnish his family's reputation. He focuses on 5Ps, who appears on a news time before him. He calls him a grifter and a delinquent and says that he is using their name and products to sell filth to the masses. Of all the accusations, he says this is the most dangerous because it exposes the world to hatred. He cites 5P's lyrics as violent, sexist, and ungodly, and prays the boy will retract his lies and find religion. Lastly, he turns to the future. Miracle states that those that wish to hear the true story can join him on his farewell tour this upcoming fall. The Miracles Rootree, the 3 of them, are planning on touring the country's churches. One last time, and then now at age 71, Miracle is the oldest living Rootree. While he plans to continue preaching at his own church in Butler County after the tour, this is your last chance to hear the truth from the man with the most complete recollection of one of America's most notable families in your own hometown. The article mentions that Miracle's son did not wish to comment, and has a statement from Clark Rafferty LaRue. Through the Roottrees law firm, Miracle does not speak for his entire family. We're working carefully on a plan to definitively disprove any claims of infidelity in our family's past. The article also does not refute Miracle's claim that he's the oldest living Rootree, despite Sam Madsen being born the year before him. It was unclear if Miracle made the claim out of ignorance or spite. Okay, hold on. We're going to keep some of this in our heads. Is there any new magazines? Because there's something here. Is it just the picture? And we can just stick it on there? I'm gonna add I can't add a picture to Miracle. Oh, it's something about this. Okay. 3 of them! First affair. What's this mean? Infidelity. Oh, they're split up. Infidelity led to this guy. Who are notables in this? Because I can just start placing notables. Notable events. 5Ps. Well, he's the only notable event, really, in all of this. So I think we can comfortably place him there. Who's the guy? He plays the elf in Santa Claus. Tim Allen one. That's who he looks like. David Krumholtz. He looks like David Krumholtz. Tell me he doesn't. Alright, we're gonna say it's Felix. Oh, they changed this. Fellows. We know that's Felix Fellows, and he's a rapper. Or do we say musician? Alright, we know he's a musician. We don't know the name of his father. This person's on the original tree, so Guy... We're gonna say, what president was he? He cheated a bunch of times. Dude, you suck. That's why he has no kids, though. Third president. Right? Yeah, he had no kids. And this is gonna be Joanna. We know this is proved. Secretary, no, she was a clerk? Cashier. We don't know the name of her ex. Well, it's probably... Oh. No, maiden name. Hold on, that's right. It wouldn't be Fellows. This would be Mr. Fellows. Or it could be one of those things where... Yeah, someone doesn't take on, Let's look at this again. Look through this. We don't say the name of the father. Okay, so what are we looking for? Three corners in Portland. Oh, his name is David. Was it Joanna Fellows? Yeah, Joanna. New evidence and confirmed his story. Okay, where's the... Okay, I'm gonna have to find the magazine. Let's look up David Fellows. Dirty Devil. Dirt Poor. Maybe get his dad's name out of this. The range thought to be somewhere between 92 and 94. One of the songs, Yes, I Can Jump, White Guys Can't Jump, White Men Can't Jump. Multiple versions of different track lists and song lists on them, although because there's very little evidence of the mixtape online as it is, it's even harder to verify that information. These fellows include someone that would be revealed to be his own distant cousin Raina in a list of attractive women. Mentions a few different prominent female actresses, models, and musicians from the 90s, and provides a crude pun or line about what Fellows felt about them. When released in 1990, most of the rhetoric was toned down to be less overtly profane, and the line referencing Raina was clumsily replaced by Dana, a reference to a character from the X-Files. So Dana Scully. Okay, so... Let's look at this. Reported logo differences. Stevie Whitlock to sue his family. Today it doesn't seem like he's followed through. At first, the single didn't make much of a splash, but Whitlock, known for publicity stunts, paid thousands of teenagers a few dollars an hour to call and request a video on MTV, which increased its profile. MTV eventually caught on and banned the video altogether, which in turn received national news coverage and made the song even more popular. So let's look up all your problems, and then also Whitlock. Here we go. This track is the only new song on the album. The subject matter is that the song is the hypocrisy of those that claim money is evil. He points out that the only people who think money is evil are those that have it, those that can afford not to be greedy. In the song 5 Ps, triumphantly talks about taking the Roottrees' wealth due to being his birthright and giving it to those who need it the most. You find a copy of the song on a suspicious-looking website and download it for your records. Let's look up Stevie Whitlock. She's met. Oh, okay. Managed to record quite a few legal victories for C-list celebrities and athletes. Famous in the mid-1980s after successfully suing a multinational sandwich company whose 12-inch subs were actually an average of 11.5 inches long. Stevie argued that since the company sold 1 billion sandwiches per year, that enough missing sandwich to make a sub long enough to spend from New York to Los Angeles. The jury awarded her a paltry $5,000, but the news coverage of her crusade turned out to be priceless. None of this is related to the Whitlocks. Okay. I mean, the Roottrees. Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Attention, Roottrees. This is 5 Ps coming at you from the
Oh, this is Eminem.
the place you ain't ever lived in.
You say money is the root of all your problems. Root of all your
Man, y'all are hypocrites, sitting back in your massive estates, built from the cash that your ancestors gave you.
Oh no.
Somehow deserve it, based on your family's creations. Yo, but looky here, sonny, don't you come for our money, or you might burn bright in hellfire someday, like that Madsen chick and her two dads. My pappy's cleansing trust should keep you away. Yo, it's disturbing, catching a sermon from a geezer who's never known hurt, but blurts out these claims that somehow we're sinners, cause we didn't earn it. When all of your worth it came free with your name, you expect me to treat your lectures on greed as some expert creed from he without blame. How about instead, I turn my other cheeks and spread them. When you give me a kiss, you'll know just where to aim.
That's an Eminem line.
money is the root of all your problems.
Okay, so there's like a.
Take those problems away.
Whoever calls dollars the root of all evil, just trying to make small pursuits of real people. You silver spoon feeds you the world's purest treat.
I wonder if there's any kind of clue here.
Once more with passion, this poor tragic orphan, your mansions and Porsches are actually horrible. How I'm better off penniless, grasping for morsels. I wanted my share. That's actually extortion. With your candy ass name, synonymous with sweets. Oh, you wanna call me classless? I'm gangster from Portland, but I play that game. I came up on the streets. The only streets you reppin' are Park Place and Boardwalk. Hypocrisy, monopoly is toppling. When I knock, have G's. Top off my pockets, please. Cause the same God that got to steal my mom from me is what he wants, right? For you to live in poverty. And if you're suddenly not eager to unhand that fortune, that's unfortunate. I guess I'm gonna have to take my portion, and I'll do it all legally. Class action, courtroom, decorum. I'm way past your fancy ass dormant.
You say money is the root of all your problems. Let me take those problems away.
Bring the choir in.
You say money is the root of all your problems. Let me take those problems away.
Yeah.
You say money is the root of all your problems. Let me take those problems
cause dollars, the root of all evil. Just trying to make small pursuits of real people. You silver spoon feeds you the world's purest treacle. While real
Going treacle into a rap is kind of crazy.
cause dollars, the root of all evil. Just trying to make small pursuits of real people. You silver spoon feeds you the world's purest treacle. While real world folks burn their spoons.
Okay, so we're done. Okay, so no, nothing in there. Let me look at Joanna. Okay, nothing here. Oh, wait, there's no songs in here, right? Okay. Do we have anything else? Anonymom. Let's look up Anonymom. That one's fake, though. We found out. She'd slept with Guy Hudson and that her daughter was a Rootree. The accusation came during the height of Rootreemania and began with a brief TV interview. She appeared in the shadows with a disguised voice and promoted an article about herself in Newstime. In the TV interview and the article, she referred to her daughter as Jane Doe Rootree. The name Anonymom was not self-inflicted. It seemed to spring up organically as no one knew how else to refer to her. The day after the Newstime article, Sam Madsen publicly supported Anonymom due to some parts of the story she found particularly credible. With the momentum from Sam's endorsement, Anonymom went on a media blitz, and ultimately this backfired as more details came out. People became skeptical of her story due to the extreme similarity to Five Pieces. Her accusation included many of the same details as his mother's story. This included her job, secretary, in the time period late 70s. After fumbling the five-piece story so publicly, Roottrees were more prepared to handle all clans and trust-related cases within a week. A DNA test proved that Anonymom's daughter could not be related to the Roottrees. This was announced at a joint press conference with lawyers representing both Anonymom and the Roottrees. Each party ensured their respective clients provided accurate samples. Immediately after the negative results were released, many of those who had already been skeptical felt vindicated. Others who had built up the hope that history could repeat itself after Five Piece felt duped. Many people suspected the whole affair had been a hoax to gain fame and money. Many demanded that Anonymom be held accountable, and some people even began to attempt to track down her true identity. The Rootree company felt pressured to pull out a second statement to try to curb some of the backlash, even going so far as to say, those scientifically proven that Jane Doe Rootree is not a Rootree doesn't mean that her mother and Guy Hudson were not involved in an affair. She had every right to make her claim, as it has been verified that her stories about Guy Hudson were not exaggerations. Please leave their family alone. Many people claimed this high-profile anti-climax and public backlash was the beginning of the end for Rootreemania, since much of the fun was the shared fascination about secret Rootrees. Others think, like any fad, it just ran its course naturally. Regardless, this was a final notable event related to the release of 6 pieces, and things soon went back to normal. Jane Doe Rootree has already been eliminated as a potential new Rootree by the company's lawyers, who are the ones verifying your work. Anonymom's affair does not appear on your updated tree. Okay, so I don't have to worry about this. Good lord. Read all that for no reason. We look up the Rootree rift? Let's Google it. Read press releases. Press was fairly standard. It stated that there was no president of the Rootree company, but the entire family was made aware of the release of the book and that they would be meeting as soon as possible. Only then could they verify the legitimacy of the claims it raised and decide next steps. Ron was overboard, verified the claims, and would look into compensating Mrs. Metz and her family immediately. Okay, so Ron and Clark are joint presidents. Okay, didn't even realize that. As the permanent successor. Oh wait, now I'm confused. Okay. Clark is the permanent president. Okay, we're gonna look at Anonymous claims, right? In News Time. An anonymous woman appeared at the cover of News Time holding a picture of her daughter, Jane Doe Rootree. And the first and only mention of the phrase Anonymom in News Time came the week after, when they issued an apology for featuring her in the first place. A summary of the initial cover article has been added to your evidence. Some of the details are probably right. Here we go again. Like, in an homage to the previous cover, she holds a photo of her daughter. On like 5 pages, she wished to remain anonymous, and both photos were obscured. Working as a secretary, she and another woman were hired at the same time during a transition period, while many of the secretaries had to work under Zach Morden were already gone. She and the other woman were both underqualified, as neither had typewriter experience. According to other staff members interviewed, Guy had his own requirements for hiring women. He liked to throw lavish parties, and the longer he was president, the more excuses he found. The anonymous woman posits that these parties mostly seem to be an excuse to have other after parties at Guy's home, featuring much more alcohol and other substances. She claims she slept with him at one of those after parties. She confronted Guy when she found out she was pregnant. Guy didn't seem phased, and they came to an arrangement. He paid her a significant amount of hush money on a recurring basis under the table. She used it to move away and start a new life with her daughter. When Guy died, the money stopped coming, and she assumed things had run their course. She went back to work at the department store and hoped that nobody would ever look too closely at how she paid for her house. She told everyone that her daughter's father walked out one day and never came back. She claimed that after seeing the fantastic article in News Time, she realized that she wasn't the only one this happened to. While she never worked at the Roottrees company at the same time as 5P's mother, Joanna, their stories seemed eerily similar, and she knew Joanna was telling the truth right away. The article presented no tangible evidence of the anonymous woman's time at Roottrees, and all the payments were allegedly made in cash. However, using details that she provided to News Time, the reporters were able to reach out to the other woman hired at the same time, who also remained anonymous. They successfully fact-checked the timeline of both women, and confirmed the existence of the infamous after-parties. 5P's case was strengthened, and its new story was subsequently published. You know what we need to look for? We need to look for the other woman. We need to look at Guy Hudson. Let's Google him. See what we've got. Stories about debauchery at swinger parties. Guy liked to throw large holiday parties whenever he had an excuse, and they also often got very out of hand. The night that he died in the car crash, he was drunk and impaired in some way. The Butler County Police have released multiple statements and ample evidence that proves decisively that it was not foul play. and that no party had taken place. Roottrees' lawyers have been quick to threaten litigation to anyone who has tried to disparage Guy or the company in public. Okay. Gotcha. Who's the other woman? Who's Jane Doe? Huh. Vance and his wife Patricia die in a car accident. An unidentified driver swerved in front of the Hudson's car, causing them to brake hard and veer off the interstate. Although Guy was somewhat controversial president, foul play is not suspected. There were witnesses who reported the vehicle which instigated the wreck was speeding, swerving between lanes, and cutting other drivers off, as well for at least 5 or 6 minutes before the tragic accident. One witness says it could have been any one of us who eventually ran off the road. The aggressor fled after the accident, and police have few leads other than make and model. Okay. No. No. Where do you get feel? It's just for alliteration. Okay, we are getting. Okay, there's another news story. So, search Anonymom. Hmm. Hmm. The magazine I'm missing. It's in Portland, Seattle. You can Google Sam Madsen. Movie Company. It was released in the weeks after there was our response to the release of 6 pieces. Awardman order number 5 to drive through at a speaker. Let's go to the backup. I'm suffer from indecision. I've got to get my jit together. Let's look at the book. Tells the truth. That said, has some sections on other family secrets and rumors. Much of it didn't matter to the primary purpose of the book, and some of it is new to you and may be important to your new search. These sections have been added to your notes. All right. Give me a quick sec. I'll be right back with this new evidence. See ya. Alrighty, we're back. Let's take a look. Okay, so we're gonna go back to the evidence, the book itself. Put the picture. This book has a few different passages from her own history of the company and the rumors and gossip she collected during her tenure. She ran the farm for a period starting around 1968 after the death of Elias Rootree until her daughter Gwyneth took over in 1984. Farm, yeah. The reign of most relevant rumors coincide with the reign of Guy Hudson, who took over as president in 1978. Sam was very much not a fan of Guy, and according to Six Pieces, it was an open secret within the family that Guy was very much not a fan of remaining faithful to his wife Patricia. Many of their hires at the time were young, single women, and Guy often spent a lavish amount of money on private parties. This was 20 years ago, and Sam warns that most of it is hearsay. Still, you find the following information that may be relevant. One of Sam's farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met, but who worked as one of Guy's secretaries. According to Elizabeth, a caterer from a local restaurant called Antonelli's met her daughter at one of Guy's parties, and they eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. Oh. Elizabeth was unaware that the party was for swingers. Rumor has it that her daughter showed up with Guy and didn't seem comfortable switching partners. Guy's main positive contribution to the company involved expanding into markets previously untapped by Roottrees. However, when he went on trips overseas, they were often for weeks at a time, and Guy was known for spending more time and money on an unofficial business than meeting with distributors and manufacturers. It was said that he bribed at least one politician to open a factory in Brazil. Sam speculates that Elias may have also cheated on Gwyneth. Gwyneth was always much kinder to Sam than Elias was, and was the first to invite Sam to family events. While she has no hard evidence, Sam always got the impression that Gwyneth was able to coerce Elias into allowing Sam back into the family using some kind of leverage, instead of it being a natural course of events. She mentions that Elias and Gwyneth were known to loudly argue, sometimes about another woman. Sam also says her son Ernie once asked her, "Who's Beth?" because he overheard them yelling about someone with that name. As far as Sam knows, Elias once had a secretary named Elizabeth, a different Elizabeth than the supervisor from the farm, but she never met her. I was about to say, I was like, oh, that's getting, there we go. Let's connect those dots. What can we figure out? Someone named Elizabeth, who had a daughter. Antonelli's. That's very specific. Okay, we're gonna search Butler County Times. Italian restaurant has been in the Butler County Times twice. Most recently, in 1992, Rochelle Zimmer sold the land the building was on. At the time of the article, she was unsure if the restaurant would move to a new location or she would retire. She and her husband, Steve, who was a chef at Antonelli's, met years ago when she delivered produce from her mother's farm. So Christine Garland. Eloped at the end of last year. Now she has a bun in the oven, and they're both working as much as they can. She's secretary, but she went back to delivering produce on the weekends, trying to save up money to move to Boston and open their own restaurant. 1970. This has got to be it. This has got to be it. This one has a kid. Oh my god, this dog. He married Steve. Well, no, this is the only one because it has a married. Someone got married afterwards. Christine. Steve. Well, he's Steve Garland. She would have had a different name. The daughter would be Elizabeth. No. No, Elizabeth was the mother. Sorry. Elizabeth was what? Her mother's farm. She used to work extra hours. He's a secretary. That piece from 1978. Maybe we look up Steve Garland. Met his wife Christine when he worked at Antonelli's. Seconds for a month later in September 1970. Let's for his weekend cooking classes, Gourmet for the Groovy. The blur mentions that he's been giving lessons from his home kitchen for the last month so that he can keep an eye on his son. The third was from 1991, titled Local Author Sued by Former Butler County Resident. It seems that local author by the name of Mark Zimmer was sued by, it says Rochelle Zimmer, was sued by Garland after Garland saw Zimmer promoting his book, Kitchen Tales on television. His book, recipe book, was partially plagiarized from the recipes that Steve Garland would give to his students during cooking lessons before he moved. The article mentions that although recipes are hard to copyright, Garland accompanied each recipe with a short fiction about how he learned it. These usually double as a way to remember certain ingredients. Garland's bean salad, for example, involved making a trade with a gnome for some magic beans. Apparently, stories were found word for word in Zimmer's cookbook, in addition to additional stories that followed the same format. So we're going to look up Kitchen Tales by... No. What's the man's name? Zimmer? Mark Zimmer? Mark Zimmer. Out of print. Re-release is Garnishing the Truth. Aha! Here's a note from Steve. The first is, Christine, thank you for everything. Your support means the world to me. You're the apple of my pie. Second is, James and Robert, you're becoming amazing men and incredible chefs. I guess I'm a good teacher, too. I'm a good teacher. The third was from Mark Zimmer. You proved my storytelling approach to recipes would be popular. Without you, this book couldn't exist. There is also a foreword by Mark Zimmer. I first met Steve in 1978 when he taught a cooking class. The next time I saw him was over a decade later when he was suing me for stealing his recipes. Yes, really. So you might wonder what I'm doing in this introduction. Well, it turns out Steve and I had more in common than we thought. Oh! Instead of settling in court, we settled it at McCarran's Brewing House over a game of darts. They said they gave us a first drink of the night, free for an entire year for mentioning them. By the end of the game, he and I agreed we'd both rather make a ton of money together than spend a ton of money on lawyers. It's pretty rare to meet your best friend so late in life. When I decided to retire, I moved to Boston just so we could hang out. So if you're browsing this book in a bookstore, please buy our book. We need more money for when the free beer runs out, and the bookstore could probably use a sale. They have more in common. Rochelle also cheated with Guy Hudson. Guaranteed. James and Robert. So he probably says that, I think it's probably James, and they're chefs. James Garland, Robert Garland. Oh, this is where I like it. Now it opened up. Now I got some... It's better search... James Garland. Okay. Rochelle Zimmer. Aha. Kitchen Tales is a story-based recipe book credit to Mark Zimmer that had some success after it was featured on a morning talk show. The book was released before the internet was widespread. The book released before the internet was widespread, so mentions are rare. I don't know why I struggled with that one. One book collector states that the publishers were unprepared for the demand and there was no second printing, so it's unusual to find a copy in the wild. You find an alternative medicine website which focuses on cooking with natural ingredients and mentions that one of Kitchen Tales' recipes used salt water. The owner of the site has included a scan of the recipe, which was added to your evidence. She says if you switch out the salt water in the recipe for a mix of 2/3 spring water and 1/3 filtered seawater, it tastes great. Interesting. And it's for plated something? Honestly, probably fire. Okay, for years, two bakers, Flora and Yates, so we're talking... two bakers. Well, Stephen... salt and pepper beer. He adored her rosemary cheeks. They thought sweetly about one another. But he was one day whisked away, conscripted to bake the army's bread by the oil of the lamb, Flora's tears, Flora, and then later it's Flora? Oh, no. Flora's tears begin salt her bread. The recipe asks Reed to combine flour, yeast, sugar, olive oil, rosemary, combine the salt and water together, and adds the mixture and whisk until the dough begins to form. It was 10 to 12 years later that they met again, seemingly by fate. Flora's unique dough had earned her a position as the king's personal baker. Yates had found success as well. He baked for the kingdom's 45 diplomats. One day they returned from the Dutch Isles with a gift, 450 unbaked loaves, and were sent to the palace bakery to teach a method that required no kneading. Dutch oven. Upon seeing Yates, Flora was both delighted and distraught. She felt that she was torn in two. She had not been made aware of the gift and had already prepared buns for the palace ovens. She wished to greet Yates warmly, but was struck by fears that he'd be unable to bake with her, that she'd face retribution for being unprepared. She cried to Yates, adding more salt to her dough. Cut the dough into 2 equal pieces and lightly sprinkle salt across the top of only one of them. Yates eased her pain. He insisted that she had no obligation to prepare for a return she thought impossible. but she shared her fear of retribution. He knew if they did not solve her predicament, they'd miss their final chance to bake together. In the end, instead of wallowing in the present, they worked together to shape the future. They twisted and twined their doughs and baked them as one. Thus was born the plated loaf. Word quickly spread of this new delight. The king's decree on royal parchment was that it would be considered a delicacy. Bankrolled by the king, Flora and Yates spent their days baking together. They traveled for 45 years, then settled down for 15 more. Their souls were golden with no regrets. Okay. Okay, so what it sounds like is Steve knew Christine was pregnant from Guy Hudson. And they liked each other a lot, and so yeah. He got a job. She was a secretary. He was working for the king. Okay. So here's this. Let's add it. Did I look up Christine Garland already? Mm-hmm. I think this is this one. I think we can say Rochelle. Oh no, but there's a kid. Hmm. 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 Any Flora here? No. Yates and no, it doesn't like Flores. Hmm. Let's Google Mark Zimmer. Oh no, I already tried that, right? Hmm. Go back to the book. Hmm. Brazil. Okay, let's look at the Butler County Times. Oh, yes, right? James Garland. Okay, McCarran's Brewhouse is a pub in Boston. On the site, there's a list of famous people that have had a drink there, including former President of the United States, now of the Roottrees Company, Kennedy. There's also a few listings of television shows and books that have mentioned McCarran's. One of them is Garnishing the Truth, which the site has this to say about local and regular Stevie G wrote a book about food. We prefer cocktails, but he gave us a shout out when you gotta say no to free press, so go grab a bite of his kids' joint Friday. His kids, the two. And then swing by to meet him for a drink. Alright. They don't have a website, but many locals seem to mention them in various places. One more in-depth review explaining that it's not a full restaurant, just a front door and a very small interior with a window. Usually the restaurant only serves vegetables, but a lot of reviews say that in spite of that, it's delicious. Wicked awful to wicked wicked. Okay. How do we... Chef's Signature. That's the magazine. Got him. Chef's Signature covered Fry Die less than a year ago, right around the time you were doing your initial investigation. Each article Chef's Signature tends to focus on a restaurant, and like the magazine's name implies, each restaurant lists the one main dish that the head chef is known for. Fry Die Signature is the samosa cone. Hell yeah. The boys! Can a vegetarian diet be trendy? Seeing out the Garlands, the new boys in Boston. James and Robert Garland, the cover of their November 1998 issue. According to the article, the two brothers own a small walk-up window in Boston called Fry Die, a plate on tie-dye shirts that servers wear. That exclusively serves vegetarian dishes. Most of the offerings are heavily inspired by the powerful spices found in Thai and Indian food. Their signature dish is the samosa cone, which from a distance somewhat resembles a traditional ice cream complete with waffle pattern. Instead, it contains fried potatoes, pureed peas, carrots, and a special ginger-based sauce. That sounds fire. Fuck. Robert, who's 3 years younger than James, jokes that although the age difference has left him delegated to wear the sous chef jacket his whole life, he's the sous chef. Okay, so that's Robert. He's a chef. He's a chef. Yes! Baby! So he's the... And of course, one of the guys is a redhead, isn't he? No, not really. I think James is going to be the guy's son.
Has Clark reached out to you? Well, let me give you a short history lesson about the last few months of my life.
Sure.
3 different people contacted me, claiming that somewhere in their history, they might be Roottrees. First, that young man, the rapper. I ignored that one. He seemed dubious. But then I saw the news. I felt terrible. So I began helping the others. Because my doubts with Felix were so misfounded, I ended up putting too much faith in the second person that approached me. I went to the media prematurely. I admit my mistake there. But the third person who contacted me also had a credible case. Before I could help, the company got to them somehow. The fact that the family silenced them doesn't seem to fill me with hope when it comes to Clark's intentions. But you're making progress based on the leads he gave you. It's really hard for me to get a read on him. I'll let you handle it. I've sent you the case I've been working on, and some company records I managed to track down. The records are quite dense, but hopefully they're useful. Good luck.
Okay, let's go. Yeah, we don't have a picture of Christine. Let's go back to the boys. My father was a chef, and my mother grew up on a farm that supplied his restaurant. That's how they met. I don't have any memories from the farm or anything like that since we moved here before I could even talk, but they told me stories. My dad's a great storyteller. He wrote a book that partially helped fund Fry Die. When we moved, they were looking to open their own restaurant together. Unfortunately, they never got it off the ground. His line cook gig ended up being less temporary than he hoped, and she had to go back to work as a secretary even after Robert was born. Before we were old enough to go to school, we spent our days with my aunt. In the diner where he worked, my dad had no room for experimenting, so he'd exercise his skills at home on his days off. We'd always go shopping and cook together cook as a family on those days, and even though we were hyper kids running around and causing a ruckus, those are some of our family's favorite memories since we were all together. Mom always had the eye for the best vegetables for him to work with, and she did her best to pass that on to us. According to the article, their parents, who are now retired, visit Fry Die often. They even have a signature dessert, the Sistine apple. Apple pie has always been my mom's favorite, and my dad always had his stupid line he used to make her laugh involving apple pie. Most people realize it's a Sistine Chapel pun, but assume that's all there is. There is to it, but it's actually secretly named after them, sort of. There's something here. There's still something here. The aunt. It's not on a picture of Christine. Let's go here. Gina Clementine, niece Salazar from New Orleans, Louisiana, her husband Stuart Clementine. She wrote to me about a month ago. Apparently, Roottrees lawyers went after her since then. But by the time I received her letter and called her, she told me I couldn't cooperate. She couldn't cooperate anymore. Her husband, who was a police officer and never knew his father, told her he thought he might be a Roottries, but he's estranged from his family and didn't want to pursue it because he had no proof. She wrote to me behind his back. Normally, I wouldn't be so sure, but she had some pretty credible facts. Some of it I've been able to confirm. Stuart's mother was named Mary Beth Clementine. She was pretty well known in the 30s to 50s, a singer who went on tour to a lot of churches. Ooh. You can look her up online, and she was a pretty big proponent of adoption. I know for a fact that she came to Butler County a few times. I remember her from when I was younger. Regina said that Stuart told her that she always seems to spend a lot of time at the Miracle Church. She sent me a photo to prove that she's who she says she is. I've attached his email. Okay. Susan Ford is no longer employed by Roottrees. Here we go. Angela Ingram, Linda Lewis, and Catherine Garrett. Victor Logan, Stuart Todd, Amy Sutton, Jigua. What the hell is Jigua? This is the Guy Hudson stuff. Red Gleason. Clothing reimbursement, Carl Roottrees. Susan Ford moved to office staff. Christine Garland is no longer working for Roottrees. Hold on. Christine Farrow. Got her. Joanna Fellows and Beth Knox. John Miller. Beth Knox, 50-year work anniversary bonus. You can see she'd been working for the company since 1926. Guaranteed. That's Beth with Elias. Okay, so we're going to say Beth Knox. Damn, what a bonus. 50K, though. Shit. In 1976 money? Okay, so... Oh no. This is it. How old is Elias? When was Elias born? Elias Rootree, founded in 1908. Hudson's a big problem. One of these. Oh boy. Oh boy, this is a lot going on here. Miracle's one of these. Let's look at Mary Beth. We'll figure it out. Well, no, it would be in the 50s, wouldn't it? 1949. Gotta be this one. This is Miracle. Mary Beth, what? Let's look at the Butler County Times and look for Christine Farrow. Is that how I spell Farrow? Whoops. H-A-R, I added an extra. R-O-A. No, okay. I did spell it right. Okay, I mean, so I'll have a picture of her. Keep going. Joanna Robertson, gotcha. Let's go to Butler County Times again. Let's see if we can find a picture of her. No marriage. Okay. So now we've got that. Her name is actually Robertson. Guy which was a cashier, so that was her last job. This. Fellows and Beth Knox are no longer employed by Rootree. Yeah, because Beth retired. Oh, a picture of Elias. A more recent picture. Regina Clementine came to her claim that her husband had confessed he thinks he's Rootree. The details of the case can be found in your evidence. Stuart is the older boy wearing a vest. The woman in the photo is Mary Beth Clementine, a singer who may have had an affair with Miracle Rootree. So we're going to put... Well, no, she's got another name. Police. About is Regina. And he might have had a sibling. Maybe it's his little brother. He's estranged from his family. He didn't want to pursue these as no proof. Regina Clementine. Salazar. And we said, okay, so and they did say, is the older boy wearing a vest? Okay, let's keep looking through these details. I think we can name some of the other women. When did Guy leave? When Guy died in 1982. Susan Ford. Guy. Joanna. Beth is too old for him. If Guy brought them on when he was president in 78, so whoever's hired in 78, Christine Garland. Okay, here it is. Beatrice Watson, Corin Schwartz hired. Juliet and Doris gone. Lisa and Valerie brought on. Thomas Green, Michael Crane, Elizabeth Farrow, and Jack Keating. So Elizabeth Farrow would have been the farm supervisor. Oh, Christine's mother. Yeah, Sam Cattrall. Yeah, that's somebody who. Yeah, we know that. There's somebody in the family named Cattrall. Susan Ford. 1000%. 1000%. Fact. Good golly, so many. Let's look up Susan Ford. Let's see her deal. She's not important. Okay. Valerie Ewing. This is Brazil. Interpreter. It's because he was going to Brazil a bunch. Travel expenses: Australia, China, France, Brazil. Harry O'Connor. Susan Ford is one of them for sure. In fact, I'm gonna. A bear. Brazil. Warren Schwartz and Beatrice Watts. Linda Lewis and Angela Ingram. Linda Lewis. Catherine Garrett. And all of the secretaries, most handpicked by Guy, were let go. Sam Madsen, so we don't. Guaranteed. That's the first. Susan, 100% was one of his. We could say those are the three other ones. How many other ones does he have? He has at least Susan and then two more. My phone. Let's Google Mary Beth Clementine. Traveled around the country performing in churches. Her repertoire was a mix of religious and popular songs, and although she recorded a few records, they seem lost to time. The only one you find mentioned was a cover of He's Got the Whole World in His Hands, released on their label New Edison. Or adoptions. She's listed on many sites that mention adoption and the history of adoption. She adopted two children in the late 40s, Stuart and Mark. So this is going to be Mark. Adoption my ass. That's just what you said in the 50s. Benefit of adoption in front of the United States Congress in 1949. Were convening to debate and discuss the then recent first adoption of an African American child to a white family in the United States. She was specifically there to detail her experience going through the system to adopt Stuart. Her other son was adopted later, and according to a single line on one adoption site, under unusual circumstances. It surfaced that Mary Beth had been twice divorced, both times to her manager Sterling. This ended her career with the religious audience she had been catering to, and while she performed occasionally, since then she mostly faded into obscurity. She died in 94 and 76 of a stroke. So his name is Sterling Clementine? Let's look him up. No, he's got another name. Let's look at New Edison. Record label. Sterling Edison. Okay. So that's her name. Mary Beth Clementine's her real name. Well, she was a singer, right? A musician. I mean, he was a preacher. Or is a preacher. Did I look up Elias Roottrees? One collector says that the Holy Grail is a release of the old rugged cross and says that the first edition was originally published before she legally changed her name. A record producer who called himself Edison was immediately outed as not actually being named Edison. Edsel was a German last name. At the time of the founding of the company, the U.S. was at war with Germany. The company's founder immediately settled to try to get the case to go away, but the damage was done. Oh, okay, so this is actually Edsel, Sterling Edsel. Later they called the New Edison Records after its owner Sterling Edison got in a physical altercation in public leading to a divorce. There are no cited sources or evidence, and the site's content seems user submitted. There's an email address at the bottom. The phrase, "Send me your stories about old Hollywood and I'll add them to the page." Let's look up Mark Clementine. Got him. Crocodile Clementine is listed on a website titled The Infamy List. It's a massive list of criminals who are known for odd crimes. Although Mark's nickname would imply he hails from Florida, a lot of the others on the list come from there or Australia. Mark is listed as being from Los Angeles. He has a pretty big entry. He seems like a real piece of work. The very small note about him being the basket baby of 1950, but most everything else comes from his adulthood. He lost his job in 1975 as a pilot for a regional airline after he tried to board the wrong airline's plane. He was drunk. He was charged with trespassing and assault. In 1982, he was arrested for transporting smuggled animals over the Canadian-Mexican borders for an illegal reptile supplier in Los Angeles. He was apparently quite successful for the first 4 years, but was caught when he tried to make an emergency landing in Portland after he was bitten on the foot by a crocodile, hence the nickname. Apparently, the Portland Telegraph is credited as having given him his nickname. His mugshot from the incident has been added to your photos. I'm going to still search periodicals. Portland, Felix Fellows, and all that good stuff. His mugshot from this incident has been added to your photos. In 1993, he was released on parole, but his freedom didn't last long. He was arrested in 1994 in San Diego for violating it in an attempt to visit his daughter's graduation. He famously punched the principal, a man named Billy Sims. This incident received national press. Billy Sims. Firstly, let me go to the Portland Telegraph. Let's not forget this. Let's look up. Let's see, a prisoner. He was flying weekly between Los Angeles, Juarez, and Vancouver in a small plane. He was bit by a crocodile on the leg and had to call in a mayday because he was losing blood. He tried to tell them that he was a crop duster who somehow cut his leg on a loose piece of metal in the cockpit, but his story seemed very odd, and controllers quickly alerted the police without informing him. When he landed, they were waiting, and he was promptly arrested. So we got Mark. Well, like I said, this is probably Mark. We got another picture of him. Actually, let's put the. Oh boy. Criminal? Pilot? Let's call him a pilot. Yeah, got him. Got some folks. That's Sterling Edsel. Gotcha. And the record, of course. His daughter's graduation. So we're gonna look up Billy Sims. Sandstone Canyon High School, which had his 15-minute fame in 1994 when he was punched by Crocodile Clementine at a graduation ceremony. Pretty much every news organization, from Trustworthy to tabloids, seemed to have their own take on the altercation. Excuse me. It wasn't the punch that captured the nation's attention, however, instead it was Billy Sims' matter-of-fact response to the threat and his comments afterward, as heard in a now famous audio clip from someone who was recording the ceremony. Billy saw Mark hop onto the graduation stage and said, "Sir, you're going to want to sit down. You'll want to sit down or we'll have a problem." At that point, Crocodile reportedly sucker punched him in the face. Billy, apparently only slightly dazed, said, "All right, sir, I guess we'll have a problem." Clementine tried to throw another punch, but Sims anticipated it and performed a maneuver that spectators described as a wrestling move mixed with a backward somersault, which immediately brought both men to the floor, with Sims straddling Clementine, keeping him neutralized. As security arrived, the recording captured someone asking, "How did you do that?" And Sims' response was famously, "Trust me, I'm as surprised as anyone." Okay. Do we have a picture of that? I have a feeling... No, it doesn't say anything. We don't know what the name of the daughter is. Let's check periodically. Let's get national news. Croc Watch. It mentions that our good friend Croc Clementine was actually in attendance at the high school graduation when his daughter was walking the stage. He was apparently not allowed to attend. His ex-wife had a restraining order filed on behalf of her daughter, but did so anyways. It was unknown to school staff at the time who he was, but a security guard recognized him, and that's when the trouble started. Clementine was approaching the side of the stage to try to avoid the guard when the exchange between him and Sims took place. What will Croc get up to next? Stay tuned for more Croc Watch. Oh no. That's it. Where do we get the daughter? Sandstone Canyon High School. I'm going to be right back. Take a little lunch break. Be back in a jiff. And I'm back. Alright. No! Okay, the game just crashed, so give me a second. Ah! That almost never happens to me. Alright. I really hope. Okay, 8 locked in. It sounds like 334. Oh, it just saved. Okay. Okay, okay, here it goes. Portland. Around the time of her death, the first time was about the discovery of her body. Second time had some other details about the night she disappeared. It reiterated some things that were mentioned in the News Time article about her son. She was a single mother working at a video rental store. She died of a drug overdose after stealing from the cash register. Felix Fellows. Alright. So there's nothing. Hmm. Hmm. Alright, I need a hint. If you haven't searched for everything on your list of notable events, that's a good place to start. Okay. What did I miss? Clark, Rootreemania. So we know that there was another secretary that they were able to corroborate. I'm thinking Zimmer. But it might not be. Alright, now you gotta give me another hint, Rubber Ducky. Search for Root. Actually search for Rootreemania? Come on. Shut up. That's stupid. Daytime talk shows had I'm a Secret Root Tree episodes. New printings of their related media, Lawrence Iris VH releases of Wynn's old movies, as well as countless other unauthorized biographies, which mostly seem to attempt to capitalize on the Roottrees sisters Carl and Brenda. Do we take Lauren's diaries again? Okay. Yeah, it's Lauren's diaries. Has to be. And the movies, maybe. I don't know. Is there a secret child? Okay. Single passages are focused on potential affairs in her immediate family. You've added to the rest of your evidence. There we go. I knew it. Cruelty. It focused on the relation between her mother and father. While it offered only redundant information during a previous investigation, it mentions the subject of affairs that may be more useful this time around. I am no stranger to true love. Jacob and I married at an age that most deem unfit for marriage, but he was also enlisting at an age that most deem unfit for war. We had no choice. I knew in my heart that our marriage was one for the ages. He and I would still be together today if not for Okinawa. That was nearly 20 years ago, but there's an emptiness in my soul. I do not understand my contemporaries. So many girls I went to school with have taken multiple lovers. So many of my girlfriends' husbands have been unfaithful. If I'm able to remain true to the ghost of a man, with no chance of physical reciprocation, no potential for a long conversation, how could it be so hard to love someone you can reach out and touch, someone you can joke with? I have not had to deal with such madness at home. My parents are a perfect match in the worst way. My mother's cruelty is a perfect fit for my father's general spite. In turn, Pop's status enables her incessant need to gloat and feel superior. I have grown up with their cruelty and disdain for others my entire life. Even my family remains unspared. They make fun of my grandpop and his family sayings. Blood is thicker than syrup, but nothing's thicker than Elias. They mimic Grandma Gwyneth's lisp and see her kindness as a weakness. Eliath. Please remember them. Sam? Remember Sam. Not even our family's maladies and religion go unmocked. Remember, God only put one eye in miracle. Oh, one eye. I can say without a doubt in my mind that my parents have never had eyes for anyone outside of their marriage. They're too self-centered to look astray. She had a lisp. It'd be Bess? Not Beth? Bess Williams? Blatant corporate propaganda. Defines propaganda as information, especially of a biased or misleading nature, used to promote or publicize a particular political cause or point of view. But if they were to replace that definition with a picture, it'd be a picture of this book. The book tells you nothing new about Elias, and from what you knew of his true feelings towards some of his extended family, you're not sure it tells you anything true about Elias either. The reissue of this book was so lazy that they reused the famous photo of Elias from Business Watch, whose copyright had expired. The best thing it has going for it, it's only 85 pages long. Let's look her up. Who's Beth? But she has a lisp. Oh ho ho ho. Just outside of Miami and died tragically young in a major hurricane that struck the area in 1926. Bess is a minor history of the Roottrees. Her only notable book, Family Man, is widely considered blatant propaganda by Elias Rootree. Has all been forgotten until recently was released during the height of Rootreemania. Boca Doral. No longer exists. We're site for the library system in Miami. The building where it once sat is now the Miami Print Museum. Searching for the Miami Print Museum, you come across their website. It states their hours and a list of exhibits. The building is very small, admission is free, and they only have room for a few different displays. One of the exhibits is in their courtyard, which includes a fountain as well as a statue of an unknown author. The picture has been added to your evidence. Another is a printing press that was used by the Miami Sunday, now defunct weekly newspaper. The last is the original print of Cuba by Cubans, an art book. Copy that. Let's put it in. Okay. Yeah, a kid. Hmm. I just can't get it. Okay. Yeah, but you wouldn't give me a book title. Yeah, say at first glance, it doesn't seem related to your search in any way. You wouldn't give me the name of an author and the book. Marcia Barban. On second glance, it still doesn't seem related to your search in any way. Okay, there's no Marcia. I'm gonna say it. I'm making that leap. Making a leap that they have a kid, becomes an artist, and maybe that she thinks she was Cuban? Or maybe she married. Maybe she married an artist. Barban. Marcia Williams? Mm. Okay. Those are among some of the most notable beats and founded by Liza Gwyneth. The entire family has a financial reliance on the health of that company. Most of the action took place in or around Butler County, Pennsylvania, where the company was initially located. Elias, Carl, and Raina were on the cover of magazines. Oh? Carl? Oh, there's a secret. Raina and her spouse had a kid. There was a secret kid. Wait, married? Yes. Foster care. Portland! With the rollout of a promotion that allowed gas station customers the ability to bet on the price of gas. The blurb ends by calling her new firm a double threat. Her company's services are crossed between a traditional lawyer and a PR manager. Foster care system. Grew up in the foster care system, was apparently valedictorian of her school, and was as a Girl Scout who attended the article, was earning her gold award. This required a project to help the community, and Ruby chose to raise money to build a fountain she called Foster Fountain. The fountain has a few small pedestals that stick up high above the water. People are expected to toss coins into the fountain for good luck, and will be encouraged to aim for the top of the pedestals. All the coins are scraped from the bottom are slated to be donated to Portland's foster care system. Coalition of local businesses that sponsor the fountain have committed to matching any donations that successfully land on the targets. Fountains of Youths. Fountain of Youths. Something about this. There's way too much about it. Foster care system, this is telling me. Let's go forward. Cicely Sanchez. Portrait of a changed man. Commissioned to write for Guy Hudson. The magazine and Cicely herself immediately issued a cease and desist to inclusion of pictures that she never had the rights to publish. The issue was pulled from store shelves, making it an instant collector's item. Pico Tea. We're going to look for that. We're going to look for it. Let's look for her book. Oh, we found the mother lode here. You have a true today can disappear in an instant. All of your politics, relationships gone in the blink of an eye. Would you still be you? Cicely Sanchez tells this powerful true story about a man who woke up after being saved from drowning in his backyard pool and became an entirely different person. Included are interviews from those that knew him best before, as well as one-on-one chat that paints an entirely different picture. You wouldn't be able to put it down without wondering, what if that were me? I want to double check. Tells the tale of a man from the Catholic Church who claims he was told by God that he should travel to Thailand, means to preach specifically with the goal to convert 10,000 people. He returned to the United States just after 2 years, claiming to have succeeded. This book tells his version of the story, but this author also traveled to Thailand to investigate these claims and talk with some of the so-called converted. Let's see if we can't find. Talking to his fish and the demonic messages supposedly said as the batteries ran low. Pico T had an article about a canceled book by Cicely Sanchez. The book's subject was Guy Hudson, and the issue was said to contain pictures that Cicely didn't have the rights to publish. The version, due to this recall, the version found in these archives is incomplete. Shit. I bet she's on the cover. Basselbub reveals Roottrees secrets. It seems that it used photos of Guy and Cicely that Cicely didn't have the right to publish. Pico T. Let's look them up. Just that. Online seems like it's usually gonna have it. Hmm. New 1999. The best of album get released as CD during Rootreemania, but neither performed recently. The couple to do a few signings in the local record stores. Oh, the flavors. Oh, hold on. The 5 pieces were identified. Caviar. He was developing flavors. Butterscotch. Caviar. Izigua. Strawberry. Maybe I'm. What in the heck is that? Go for the depth. Randorf. And Dove. Moving forward. The principal, Miss Ford, is fluent in 5 languages, including ASL. She's been mentioned working at the school for over 15 years. Miss Ford's bio also mentions she's not deaf herself, but rather learns sign language to communicate with the deaf. They have a kid. Deaf kid. Mentioned she was responsible for securing funding for the Hudson Wing. Got it. Fucking got it. We're gonna check Butler County Times. We're gonna get a picture of Susan. Someone to face the school in 1982. Vehicles outside the brand new Hudson Wing of the school. There were multiple broken windows, and one of the teacher's cars was painted with profanities and accusations of infidelity. A few weeks later, a follow-up article provides more details. There was one arrest, Thomas Hughes, who was coincidentally a former student at the school. Apparently, the destruction came weeks after he married the school's newest teacher, Mrs. Hughes. She was not a teacher when he went. He graduated a few years earlier. According to reporters' investigations and the police reports, trials, and restraining orders, Mr. Hughes was convinced that he was not the father of Mrs. Hughes' current pregnancy. He was released on bail, and the school agreed not to press criminal charges after an agreement was made to pay for the damages and for the couple to begin the divorce proceedings. It seems Thomas Hughes, Mrs. Hughes, and the Hudson Wing have all avoided further appearances in the Butler County Times. 82. Susan? Let's see, where's our split? This could be it right here. Here. When was Susan moved into the office staff? 1980. It's too much of a coincidence that she is... So it has to be one of these two. Hmm. "15 years," and this is an article in 1990. 15 years is 75. Or we're talking about right now. He's worked at the school. If we're talking about 1999, so we're looking about 84. Hmm. $250,000 towards the construction of the building. There's also a very vague history section that you can somewhat fill in with details from the other information seen about the school. It mentions the donation came at the insistence of an employee of Roottrees at the time. It mentions that she learned ASL from the main school before the Hudson Wing even existed to surprise her future husband, who was deaf. This is Hughes. This is Ford. After realizing how useful a service like this could be to non-deaf people that wish to better serve those with hearing issues, she convinced Rootree management to invest in the school. Yeah. It's one of these two. Shoot. You're gonna get a picture of him. I'm gonna put it in. Would it have been the When did she marry? Jigua. That's a flavor I've never heard of. Watermelon. I don't think she's the last one. $75 to $78 to $82. Carolyn Morden. Okay, Jesus. Alright, let's get the history here. 45 minutes. They were trying to kick me out or send me to live on a farm, if that's what you mean. But I was already pretty unpopular, and once everyone learned why I divorced my husband, few people paid me any attention. She's my wife, not legally, Eloise. But we've been together for half our lives. Call it what it is. I was 20 and had just had my daughter. I hate to look back on that time because I was a terrible mother the first few years. I left my daughter with my ex-husband and followed a guy on a private jet to Europe. He lost a tooth and a client. I found love and a better understanding of who I was. Still, in our family's eyes, his trip was somehow more acceptable. Explain that. No, I couldn't stand him. Our family wrote off his behavior like he was some huge fan of romance or women, but he didn't like the entire woman. It was definitely awkward for me because he was more supportive than most. I slowly figured out it was because he assumed I would be as shallow as he was. He was a workaholic. He seemed nice enough and did a good job. I didn't know him well. That was one of Sam's problems with our family. None of us did, except Carl. I honestly get why she's pissed. I'd rather not speak ill of the dead, not unless you want more stories about Guy. With Carl, though, all I can say is we used to be friends before they sent him to private school. He came back a lot judgier. It made sense when they made him president. He was a lot like my father after this blew the fun out of him. After I started protesting the farms, he stopped returning my calls. Oh, well, he's harder to label. When I was a teenager, he was basically drunk or high or both all the time. He actually used to sell me pot. His problems with women were different than Guy's, but he never really judged me. I guess he knew it would be pretty hypocritical to judge anyone for anything. Back then, he was destructively unreliable in every way, but nowadays he's just kind of boring and old. I prefer that. That's Clark. I prefer that to how he used to be and to Guy and Carl, but it's still a cautionary tale. I hope I'm never that boring and old. It's Clark. Used to, yeah. When did she go on a trip with him? I was 20. He met Eloise when she was 20. Did it have her birthday here? No? I think this is it. I think Susan might be this one. Give me this. Oh, there's the reminders. What am I talking about? My stepdad. My dad and I spoke a few times when I found his phone number and a check he sent us in the mail when I was 15. He was happy to hear from me and now calls me once a month and came to visit me at college. He tells me about things I don't remember and people like Guy, Hudson, and Ernie Matz. My dad and I get along, but obviously we aren't very close. I used to know the Roottrees, but never the sisters. I was in the office sometimes when I was a kid, and I definitely met Guy Hudson before he died, but I don't remember. My memory is weird. It's hard to know what I actually remember and what I only think I do because I have pictures. For example, I have a photo from when I was 5 and in the office with my dad, and Guy was there. I made myself sick by eating chocolate and some woman who I don't know cleaned my face. I don't know if my memories of that come from the picture or not. The photo's been added to your evidence. How did you have proof of Ernie Madsen's heart condition? I knew Ernie had a heart problem because my dad told me on one of our phone calls. I asked him about the poison because I saw it on the Rootree Curse website and he emailed some old stuff including the proof, but even with the proof the website didn't take it down. You spelled fiance wrong. I'm not good at spelling or writing. I'm good at painting and other art. I'm going to school to learn how to edit movies. I want to make cartoons someday. Lulu's much better at spelling. Okay. Okay, that's Guy. That's Clark. Clark's the reason. Clark is here for something. Chris for some reason. Hmm. Why is he in here? Do I have to put a picture of him here? Yeah. That's a picture of Guy. Looks like a fucking leprechaun. When was this boy? When was he born? He seems. What is it, like 81, 82? Probably. It's around this time. Is that Susan? She's got a tattoo in the back of her hand. That's not Susan. Baby photo. There you see a picture of the new family together in the hospital. Our daughter was named after her grandmother, which ended up being very fitting considering she was born the night before Christmas. Eve? Stephanie Landon, right? Politics. Brian. The grandmother. My grandmother. Caroline. Or Eloise. Carol. Like Christmas Carol, I guess? Whew. I was right about Bess Williams. Clark.
Sam reached out to me finally. I think I have you to thank for that one. My family's in a bit of a rough patch. Even though the candy is selling better than ever, everyone is fighting over the trust. The majority of us want to dissolve it. On paper, it seems like the right decision. The arguments about what to do next are endless and heated. More than a few Roottrees are worried about losing their wealth. I don't think we deserve it more than anyone else. I love my family, my wife, my daughters, even my son, who I hardly ever get to see. I want to keep them safe and secure. I didn't do anything to deserve this fortune. Hell, I probably deserve it less than most. It took me way too long to get my life together. Okay, enough about me. Here's the deal. I can't stop the majority from voting one way or another. If you keep passing along potential Roottrees, I'll keep adding them to the list. On the other hand, there's been some leaps forward in genetics. It may sound like science fiction, but we can actually determine who's in the family just by testing their DNA. What you've done so far has been very useful. Just keep filling out the tree and we'll prepare for the test.
Why did Mary Beth not lock in? Advocate? Maybe politics? I'll figure it out. Public speaker? I'm not sure. William Barbon. Just something in reminders. What's the name of it? And Ron Rootree, that's the question. Went preliminary vote after Carl died, but before they released his piece, decided they wanted Ron to take over because of experience running our own productions, because he was well known and well respected at Rootree. But Ron seemed way too eager and personally motivated. They were worried he would gut the clients they trust or remove Robbie Rootree. The family was notoriously unwilling to do anything that could risk their wealth. They stalled, and Ron became frustrated with the delay. When 6 pieces came out, he saw his chance to force action while the family was in the limelight and released a press release himself in an attempt to get the ball rolling faster. This caused chaos within the family. They tried to save face by allowing Ron to take over as co-president with Clark, but according to Business Watch's source, Ron was impossible to deal with. It seemed like he was unwilling to protect the clients they trust, and they eventually let him go. After that, the rules passed slowly with Clark, while nobody else was excited. It seemed like the safest choice. Oh. I missed something? The first edition originally press referred she legally changed her name. Oh. Butler County. No. Mary Beth Clementine released. It listed the artist Mary Beth Quaker. I looked at that. Thank you. Seriously? I did look at that already. Jesus Christ. have all been covered under trust according to the wording revealed during internal family conflict between Ron and Robbie Roottrees. It seems like those who wrote the trust, Clancy, Edward, Roottrees, the direction of Elias, purposely to see the rest of the family with the exact details of how it worked in an attempt to keep Sam and her father, Edward Clancy, his own twin brother, in comparative poverty. Because the rest of the family made money hand over fist. Who's the conspiracy theorist? The curse. Many high-profile people died in the family. Odds are that one of them faked their death is just now. This newfound focus on death faking seems to coincide with the post mentioning that he's begun believing the guy's not dead theory. In his own words, my eyes have been opened and all this is beginning to make too much sense. One of his posted details a belief that Ron Roottrees is still in charge, Gwyn Roottrees' death was faked, and that Clark is only there to throw people off. Apparently, this allowed Ron to travel to France to develop their new candy recipe in secret. He can't possibly be a Roottree. One of his first songs, when he was performing under the Devil name, actually mentioned that he wanted to have sex with Raina. And even Sam Madsen is spared, according to Overwood. The author of Six Pieces is real. Is it real? Sam Madsen is anagram for M Madness. They're purposely leaving hints for us. God. Live like this? Turns out by using 6 pieces with Lauren Roottree's book as a one-time pad, he has begun to decrypt a cipher. Most of the ciphers have seemed meaningless, but he managed to pick out the words people and vastness and is working on figuring out what it means. Funds. Guy's not dead. Got it. Months has already moved on. He called me back and showed me a final draft. You know how expensive it is to publish one copy of a book. He had my name on it in big, shiny, embossed letters. Like all problems in his life, throwing money at me was his attempt to win me back. But it had half the page count and the narrative was torn to bits. No thanks. The dinner was good. Imported steak that levy cost as much as a month of my mortgage, and we all got pretty drunk. He sent his mistress, Susan, into the bathroom to proposition me. Poor girl. I remember her from our trips overseas. She was too good for him. Anyways, he died soon after, and that was the last that ever came up. Okay, wait. The amount of some thinking him out to write a book about one of the Roottrees, Guy Hudson, who's president for a short period at the end of the 70s. When his wife learned who I was, she invited me to the party, and they cornered me to talk to me about a book. That was the first time anyone recognized me for my work, and I finally made it. The book they asked me to write sounded great, but then none of the stuff that made him interesting was allowed to stay. Chop, chop, snip, snip. Anything with even the slightest threat to Guy's image and a gonzo. What was the stuff that made him interesting? At its core, Guy was not complicated. In fact, I think I could boil him down to two traits. First, he wanted to be seen as the second coming of the great Elias Rootree, and second, he'd never be satisfied living the life it needed to be seen that way. He has fortune and good looks, and he really liked to exploit that to pick up women. But he couldn't let anyone else know, so it cost him a lot to cover it up. That was the only interesting aspect of Guy. He was James Bond trying to convince people he was Mr. Rogers, I guess. Maybe that's not the best metaphor, but Elias Rootree was boring as all hell and all about family. Guy did everything he could to be seen that way. After I submitted my first draft, he sent me this garbage book, The Rootree Legacy, with Elias on the cover. The last time he and I met, he had even switched out his orange suits for the same green ones Elias wore. And remember fancy flavor? Last time he and I met. It's Susan. That is Susan. He had worn the green suit. Thomas was right, so. Susan Ford. He's a principal. Probably a better picture of her somewhere. She has kids. So she is the final affair. So there's two other women here. The kids are named after the flavors again. So the last kid. What's an X name we got here? Do we got X names? Xavier? Jinyao and Jinyo. Oh, you. Oh, you. No. Australia, China. He has there's. David. What are the names here? I gotta look at the names of the flavors again. That's the secret. There was a disaster here, but it was actually somewhat popular in Brazil for whatever reason. In Christmas 1979, he went to Brazil to open the Rootree Brazil factory. 1979. So we're talking here. Here or here, obviously, but this might be, might be this one. I had an out in my contract. Surprisingly, Guy signed the contract my lawyers wrote without running it by anybody in his legal department. I could pull my name off the book at any time, but Guy still got content. After I left, it probably got a lot harder to convince any real publisher to give it their time. Dinner was good. Imported steak that only comes as much as I see in the session we got to see what people were suddenly calling me. See why people were suddenly calling me and asking me about the man. I said, see, she did well for what she had to work with. She only had rumors, whereas I spent time tailing him. Sometimes he knew, sometimes he didn't. He invited me to join them when dealing with Rootree Brazil. China. He's got a kid in China. Had people on him when he went to Australia, France, and China too. When he met with someone, I'd figure out who they were and how they were involved. Doubly so if the meeting happened when he didn't want me to be around. Despite his best efforts, I got the whole truth, including things even his family never knew. For example, the daughter of his business partner in Australia, I think her name was Robin. He and she definitely spent a few nights together that he didn't want his family to know about. But I did. Dan mentions Guy's affairs and treats them like most people would logically think to treat them, like the infidelity was a problem for Patricia. When his wife first approached me, though, it wasn't a talk, if you get my meaning. On paper and in public, it was a marriage like any other, but in reality, it was more of a mutually beneficial arrangement. They both got what they wanted out of it. The same thing. What was that? I'm assuming I only have to spell it out so you could get it in writing for your readings. Women. Patricia enjoyed the company of women, and the swinger scene made that more accessible. I told her I wasn't interested in her and Guy. I found out later that if I had said yes, her next question would have been whether or not her husband actually had to be there too. Guy, on the other hand, was seen in a traditional marriage and at the same time could bed any women that found him charming. I can assure you that was exactly the type of marriage he was interested in. Okay, so that's his wife? A magazine interview with Cicely Sanchez. The issue of Picoty. That's Robin. That's a. In the background of the photo, there's a Christmas tree. Or is that Brazil? That's Zach. Who's this blonde lady? Well, no, it's him taking over for Zach, so that's early on. Is that Christine? Maybe? Go back here. Mid 1981. One of the companies. Only region in which caviar flavored 5 pieces were a hit. The primary reason that the factory still exists today is solely to create that flavor, which comes in its own standalone 5 pieces bag with Portuguese writing. Small town named Avalagos, near the municipality of Sao Bernardo do Campo, became the location chosen by the Roottrees Candy Company after a newly elected local politician named Edson Soares heard that they're planning a new factory and petitioned them in early 1979. The factory was controversial. Christmas! The factory was controversial as locals did not want it there. The Roottrees visited Brazil around Christmas and managed to break ground on the project. Since then, it's been operating relatively smoothly except for 2 incidents. The first was Incendio de Bordo in 1982. The second was an unsuccessful strike in 1995 that involved all the factory workers being replaced. The factory was originally built and run, according to the paperwork at the time, by a small company called Nova Corporação de Doces Brazil, New Brazil Candy Corporation. No longer exists, but not much information has already existed about it, and the Rootrees now run Roottrees Brazil entirely. What happened? Fire on the border? Maple fire. El Bordo. Was deliberately attacked in a case of clear arson. The fire was brought under control after destroying about 2/3 of the production floor, and locals claim that the air smelled like a mix of burning plastic and maple syrup. The factory was rebuilt and continues production to this day. At the time, it was unknown why this happened, but last year a news special did list this incident as well as a few others in the small town as backlash to perceived corruption in the government at the time. According to the report, the mayor of the city was found to be receiving a cut of the factory's profits. Of course. What's his name? Eduardo Soares? for Edson. You find a dissertation. Former Mayor of Alvalagos. Sonia. Got it. I got it. Watch this. I think it's gonna be Sonia right here. Because she was married to Edson. We have a picture of him. Ah, I don't know her real name. She was on television? Televerde. A news anchor who has a mother named Sonia. Got him. Flavio. Bit of a cult following. Newscaster, okay. I was right, it was Christine. Okay, alright. We're getting there. We're getting there. Sonia, I'll figure out her last name. She's also a newscaster, it said. News anchor. Oh, yeah. That. Okay, so we've got her kids, Susan's kids, and we've got Robin something. So I know I'm going to name her. This is Robin. This is Australia. So we're going to look up Rootree, Australia. Golden hair. Charles Martin. Rio. His mother's party. Transmis Sao Paulo. Sonia Alves. Yes, shorten her name to Nia. Now she's a media mogul. Robin Martin might have been a red herring. After Christine or Sonia. I think there's someone named Uchi China. Oldest child from the next Lang Jinyu. There we go. Lang is her last name. Is a businesswoman currently running the Lang Thai textile company. She was recently sent an article buying 4 women. Ludolaka Brothers. Let me look at this woman looks like. Is she maybe... Must be the mother. Let's look at the time. Let me be the woman he had the affair with. In 92. Yeah, there's no way. This is the woman he had an affair with. Jinyo. No, this guy didn't do this. Strawberry, Jigua, caviar. Caviar. He didn't do Joanna. Strawberry. Susan? Oh, he needed his affairs, you... Oh, you're so gross, dude. Sugar plum. Sonia. Oh, he named the candies after his affairs, not that for the kids. Oh, you suck, guy. You suck so bad. I mean, okay, it's a marriage of convenience. True. But also, dude. Come on. The affairs that... Well, here's the thing. Joanna Robertson. That's the only one that didn't have one. There's no J name. Butterscotch. Butterscotch. That's the one that doesn't fit. Weird. Her nephew is currently her second in command, expected to take over when she retires. In the meantime, the board's stance has been a twist on the popular proverb, translated as helped her sister have a child. Yeah, there's no way. This is one of those things they see that's secret. Got him. Husband and wife Jerry and Linda Han. The Chinese influence from using online translation that Jerry is Han Junwei and Linda is Lang Jinyao. Okay. Of Asia might show up in periodical in Butler County. Jerry Han has traveled from China to open the company, which is connected to a much larger company overseas called Lang Tai that has connections to Roottrees. It's not a factory, it simply imports and distributes Lang Tai's products. It also mentions that Jerry is the son-in-law of the current leader of Lang Tai. Yeah, this is way back. It's 81, okay. As someone close to family who learned English in school, he naturally rise through the ranks as they extended their reach to America. Although Jerry's wife Linda doesn't speak English at all, she's currently taking classes and he is teaching her at home. He says she has always been a fast learner and he hopes that she'll be at least conversational by the time she gives birth. Okay, no, wait. So this is... Hmm. 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 They want to give me a picture of Jinyu. This seems like it was passed off so it would not shame the family. Hmm. Hmm. I thought I already hit that. Early adopter of IVF and helped her sister have a child. What am I missing? I did. I did. Oh my god. Hey with the Huns. Linda's father led a large company. This article never names it. After expense to the U.S., Linda's father approved their marriage so long as Jerry took over the U.S. portion of the business. Linda joked that the entire situation is like something out of an Alanis Morissette song with how ironic it all ended up. I was absolutely terrified to move to the United States, but my big sister was desperately in love with the idea. She used to have this Butch Cassidy poster on her wall and was obsessed with Robert Redford. And of course, this dude, Guy Hudson, looks like Robert Redford. But somehow Jared and I were the ones sent here, and now we couldn't possibly imagine going back. When we had Mark, we never even considered giving him the traditional name. Meanwhile, my sister stayed in China and has thrived there. She doesn't even like visiting the US anymore. Yeah, I wonder why. Our kids are complete opposite, though. Mark couldn't wait to travel abroad as soon as he was old enough. He's actually in business school in China now, working with my sister. Our niece, who grew up there, was the opposite. She couldn't wait to get here. She started calling herself Lucy Lang in high school and flew out here as soon as she graduated. The name change apparently drove my sister absolutely loco. Hmm. Garage band called U2. Hmm. Hmm. Let's look at this again. On what show? Mark? Huh? Hmm. Oh my god, this is driving me crazy. Okay, yeah, I was right. Team Talent Claw is the thing. Inspectors are not known for their sports departments versus their education. The legal language departments are their pride and joy, though they also have fairly extensive. Got it. This is what I need. Got him. He grew up in China as Min Lang. Got her. She's a college student. Alright. Jinyu Lang, got her. Min Lang, CEO, student. Oh yeah, I'm closing in on you, buddy. guy. I got Sonia Alves. Now your kids with Susan. How am I gonna prove some of this? This is gonna be the hardest. Let's do this. Billy Sims in news time. I'm an idiot. That's how I get the daughter's name. Tim's wife, Carla. Colleen Webb. Well, she never went through the trouble of changing their names legally. They used the web name so that no one could connect them to her ex-husband. So both of these daughters are named Clementine. Strawberry, sugar plum. Ah, I'm stuck. Eco-tea. Seriously? Wow, it goes so far. Costa Rica. Okay, her name is Mary Clementine. That's the oldest. It happened in 94. That was high school. She's probably an adult now. Let's look. Of course, she'd be married. Is it gonna be Mary and Beth? This is driving me crazy. It's like now. Mary Wet. Ah, I'm stupid. Travel agent. Commercial vacation aboard ghost ships. Ship of the ship she's personally taken, and uses that as an opportunity to feature descriptions of amenities. With the professional photographer she knows, you mean her, either her sister or her husband. Let's go back. This is corporate composition photography. IRC chat logs. Val, the former head photographer, did a Q&A with her users about taking pictures. Telephoto. Low blood pressure, losing a board of pharmacy. There we go. Mentions Val, an award-winning photographer on the page. It's a business in Beacon, New York. Ham Lincoln, reaching for his namesake. I guess he takes after his father. Alright. Got it. Val Lincoln. Occupation? Baby. Yes.
Hey there, it's us. So, I just have to say, the work you're doing here is fantastic.
So fantastic, in fact.
There goes Clark. Always the bad cop. Go ahead.
Well, our law firm, Ruby Legal Enterprises, is having trouble keeping up. They're actually begging us to stop submitting new Roottrees. They said it's getting difficult to verify your progress.
Wusses.
Well, consider that a good thing. I told Clark you'd get results.
She says that like I didn't believe her. Regardless, the bad news is it's gonna take 5 potential tree additions before anyone locks in from now on. Good luck.
And
Yeah. Keep up the good work. Alright. You didn't bring me anything, though. Would she be in as Web? They didn't legally changed it, but... Beth Webb. Well, let's look. Val Lincoln in Telephoto magazine. On the cover. Maybe something. Oh no. What's this? This is Lisa Clementine. Jesus. Okay, she lost an arm. So that's her sister, Lisa. There's a soldier? Was an arm in Operation Desert Saber. According to the article, women were not subject to direct combat, and Lisa was in a vehicle at the time. The vehicle had to pull over suddenly when the road ahead was partially destroyed, and she and a fellow soldier were severely injured by a landmine. Val says, I ran to Lisa just after surgery and took this picture. Then, until she shipped out, I kept finding excuses to go back and take more photos of her. Pictures of her. I guess it was fake because that's the photo that won me an award, got me into your magazine, and also led to my engagement. Just earlier this week, she agreed to become Mrs. Lincoln. Oh. This is why I screwed up. Soldier? Soldier? Well, military. Mary. Mary Webb. That's why she didn't lock in. Well, that's 2. Let me double check Lisa Clementine. Okay, so I filled out Miracles by the family. Okay, what am I missing here? Okay. Well, I did search Lisa Webb. I thought I did. Whoops. Or Lisa Lincoln. Whoops. Work group. So the professor is at West Point. She teaches classes. Okay, so she's a professor. That's 2. Grandfather. Ugh. Okay, yeah, okay, so I don't put. Okay, so. Yes. Come on, give me someone else. School changes. Oh, okay. Notifications here and there in Butler County. Since 1990, it's not too many that you can't look at all of them. So after scrolling through a few pages, you might find something incredibly useful in an article that isn't even focused on school itself. Local students provide key evidence in scientific study that the Ford sisters, who attend public school in Butler County, are one of only a handful of identical twins in the world who suffer from two different genetic issues. One of them has asthma, and the other has a deadly allergy to peanuts. Their mother, Miss Susie Ford, was principal at the nearby Granford School for the Deaf, was originally contacted by researchers to identify if there are any sets of twins. So they're twins, and Melissa and Heather. Okay, so the younger one is peanut allergy. Oops. Elizabeth kept her sister off the soccer field. The Ford sisters, 1999. These are high school kids. Wait, hold on. What is she holding? Holding an inhaler. Asthma. That's an EpiPen, so I think they would say the names in order. Order of. Heather Ford is the one, the extrovert. So wait, Heather. Asma has kept my youngest has the EpiPen. Asma has kept her sister off the soccer field, but she's a friendship extrovert. So Heather's the older one. Alright, so I did! Oh my god. The Miami Sunday. It wouldn't let me do it. Or I was looking for the wrong thing. Okay, we got it. We got there. Bess Williams. Alright. He mentioned that Bess's young son, now an orphan, has an attendance during the dedication. Wildcat Construction. Frank Wildcat Williams. Alright, we got him. Frank Williams. I think Marcia. I think that name was on purpose. Marcia Barban. I'm gonna look that one up next. Beth Lord, 1941 construction worker, and returned a hero. He won the Navy Cross for his bravery and sacrifice, having carried a fellow soldier's safety under heavy Nazi fire. And now he and his wife Ophelia. Oops, that was totally wrong. Ophelia. Carrying his fellow soldiers through tough times at home. Wildcat Construction, Frank's company, focused on creating opportunities for soldiers finding difficulty getting back to normal. Ophelia has handled outreach to the wives of local veterans who are often able to provide insight into their husbands' needs and conditions. She has, through such outreach, found 13 veterans of the war to serve as Frank's employees. The community support has been unendingly and overwhelmingly positive. It has gotten to the point where Frank bids on a project Other local companies have decided to step back and let his soldiers handle it. This has become a bit of a sore spot for local politicians and business owners, as the bids are often not as low as they expected. The problem for them is that essentially Frank has a selective monopoly, but any attempt to circumvent it has caused an uproar and accusations of being un-American. You damn right. It's uncertain what will become of Wildcat Construction, but at least for now we're rooting for them. Okay. A kid, a female child, through adoption. Ophelia Williams? Williams. There we go, got Wildcat. But for his mother. Yep. Construction. Alright. Oh my god, we're at 4 hours now. But I locked in Miracles, and I locked in Guy Hudson. So now we're gonna track down this. I have a weird feeling Ruby Sprout's gonna be involved. I don't know. Could be. In 96, age 74, in a retirement community in Sweetwater, Florida, and obituary on the website of the local news channel that was written by a surviving family also shed some light on his personal life. He grew up an orphan because his family died in a hurricane when he was very young. He barely remembered his mother. He was born a joker and a shining light to those veterans who needed the most. And an anecdote mentions that he used to insist that he marry his wife Ophelia as a matter of courtesy and convenience. She wouldn't have to change her last name. Oh, so she's already Ophelia Williams. Barb and Sharon, we said? One kid was adopted, though. What magazine? I have a feeling. Got her. Motivational speaker. Oh. That's weird. Retta Jones. Georgia. Okay. Georgia Services, Springfield, Georgia. Greta Flores. Greta Jones before her divorce. Ayla Hale. By Barb Williams has been added to your evidence. Oh my god. Okay, here we go. Had the transcript of the story she told on stage published in a book. The first part of her focuses on two 16-year-old girls. My sister Sherry was a brat, always sulking, often disobedient, never on time. She borrowed things without asking, even ran away from home, only to sneak back the next day like nothing had changed. My daughter Sharon, on the other hand, was a beautiful person. She had excellent marks in school and was intensely artistic and creative, and even volunteered at an animal rescue. the two girls until she shifts the narrative. What was the difference between Sherry the brat and Sharon the beauty? That nature, nurture, a better education, different opportunity? The answer is nothing. There was no difference because my sister and my daughter are the same girl. What? Barb reveals that her daughter was the result of an unexpected pregnancy when she was only 15. I met a boy at a county fair. Unlike us, he lived in a nice part of town. He went to the good school. To a teenage girl, it felt like a fairy tale, but there were boxes all over his house. He was moving in 3 days. Those 3 days were heaven to me. Oh, yeah, no, we know this. Hold on. Barbara Williams, motivational speaker. Public speaker. Her daughter is Sharon. Oh my lord. Like that he lived in the nice part of town. He went to a good school. The teenage girl felt like a fairy tale, but there were boxes all over his house. He was moving in 3 days. Those 3 days were heaven to me. The final night, he surprised me. He told me that he could actually see me again soon. He planned to return to visit his grandparents. I thought I was giving a reason to keep his promise. I never saw him again. When I finally got desperate enough to ask around, a friend of a friend told me he hadn't even given me his real last name. Barbara also talks about when she found out she was pregnant. I was convinced my life was over. But my parents, they took charge. I had to live at home and work a part-time job. Oh, hold on. We got like... I had to live at home, they work a part-time job, but they removed the burden of motherhood. I managed to scrape out a degree in English, and as far as my daughter was concerned, I was her much older sister. Barb uses the story to come to a conclusion. When I was younger, I thought my sister was the brat, and I wasn't wrong, but she ran away from home to work at that animal shelter. She borrowed my clothes for presentations at school, and her creativity allowed her to open up Sherry's hair. It took me far too long to realize the beauty was always there too. In fact, the brat and the beauty exist in all of us. It was my inner brat that kept me blind to the truth, and I like to say it's the beauty in me that's finally able to see what I was missing. I implore you to call upon the beauties in yourselves whenever the brat tries to take hold. Sherry Yastrzemski. There's a large van on weekends can bring the style of Brittany, Christina, or even the Rachel to your door. Very, very long. It presents as one paragraph with multiple run-on sentences and no pictures. You get the sense that if you were to do your hair, she'd be doing a lot of talking. It mentions that her husband, Pete, was her late husband's college roommate. Peter Yastrzemski. I'm probably pronouncing it wrong horribly. Tony, Mark, and Cricket. Her oldest, Tony, seems to get the short end of the stick. His two listed accomplishments are that he's the oldest and he's a straight A student. Mark, on the other hand, has multiple baseball accomplishments listed. Apparently, his Little League team is nationally recognized. Cricket York is near the end. York. Hold on. Library. In this show, multiple adults and children interact with different... so she's the youngest. The age of 5. So she's... Yes, it's this kid. Okay, Cricket. It's a cute name. I don't know. Actor. Oh. Peter. Sharon. If I look up Sherry Williams. You got Tony and Mark. How old is Tony? And Anthony, probably. Mark. Oh, she's a hairdresser. Sherry Williams. Peter. This is it, though. Little League team is nationally recognized. I wonder. Dang it. Oh, thanks for the follow, Patterson. Mark Yestrom's. Okay, so what are we? Dang it. A Little League team. Orlando Little League? Maybe Miami Little League? No. This is it's basically logic. It's basically a logic game. It's you have this big rich family, and you're basically trying to fill out their family tree to figure out who are the heirs. So I'm on the second part. After you fill in the family tree, you're trying to figure out, okay, who had affairs, who has secret kids. And I am at the very end of my rope here. Would it just be Mark Williams? You can use like a Google search. This is what takes place in like 1999, so the internet search isn't as good. Pony. Let's just hint. I'm gonna use a hint. What am I missing? The Barb Williams flyer. Did I miss something? I didn't even see this. I had this. Where's the Barb Williams flyer? I didn't even look at it. Well, wait. No, I did look at it. Vic Elmsworth and Isabel Crosby. Okay, wait. I know where this is supposed to be from. I got to that point. This is Georgia. Hmm. Greta Flores. What am I missing here? Vic, well, damn. Sometimes it just... I'm just kind of trying to get through this. I'm almost done. One of three brothers. All three of them are contributors to a newspaper called the Kickawa Falls Gazette, which is not real. All the articles he's written are archived on his site, including long-form version of the review for Barb Williams' motivational show. Barb's talk was at a very large church, and it was clear she was an expert at matching the presentation of her concepts for any particular crowd. She spoke about the death of any person of the darkness and their loved ones, a cold, empty void. The biker who died was her son-in-law. Yes. And the Lanes Across America charity was created to fill that darkness, to fill the newfound darkness her daughter experienced. Oh yeah, this was crazy. Okay, now we're gonna get the name. Drew Smith. We got Drew Smith, which is the one who passed away. So the boys are Smiths, Anthony and Mark. Oh, no, whoops, I meant Smith. Smith. Drew or Andrew? Andrew Smith. And now I have a picture. I should have a picture of Drew. Now, I think Mark Smith. Tony? What the heck? Sherry Smith. Sharon Smith. Lanes Across Miami. There we go. Does narrow in the pages and pages articles we found earlier. LAM was formed in 1987 and became LAA in 1944. It was founded by Sharon Smith at the death of her husband. Sharon and some other board members stepped down in 92, and the current leadership took over. One of the oldest articles has a full uncropped version of the same wedding photo from the LAA website. So that if Sharon left LAM, they began to crop her and the rest of her wedding party out of the photo to focus solely on Drew, who's the face of the charity. The full photo has been added to your inventory. Ha-ha! Alright. That's Peter. That's Barb, which I can't put her in yet. Okay. So I got these pictures. How do I get the boys? Okay, what do I do here? Oh, companies. Okay. But seriously, it's gonna be in there dealing with the companies? Charismatic. Okay, not related. There we go. They have a deal with Library. Cornell said they should provide tutoring for all the actors and actresses on the show to accommodate their shooting schedules. Included is Cricket York, who is seen in a photo labeled Cricket and her brothers ready to learn from one of our talented tutors. So what year is this supposed to be? I mean, the boys are... One's in baseball. They're just kids, though. They don't really have jobs. Educate to you. I'll leave the other picture of Cricket. Mark is the oldest, so that's obviously him. Or Anthony's the oldest, sorry. Student K through 12, obviously. I think... Yep, that locks him in. All right, we got... It's kind of... Let me get the light on. It's kind of hot in here. I will be wrapping it. Well, let's see. This is it. I got 2 people left. There's something...
Hi again. I know you probably thought you were done, but it turns out what you're doing here might have some pretty major repercussions on the family tree.
You know, shit.
Also, there's something really strange happening. I can't explain it.
Neither of us can.
I'd call it a simple misunderstanding, but it's digging at the pit of my stomach. I just have a feeling. Clark?
Last week, let's just say being the president, sometimes people bring me things.
Just skip to the important part.
Right. One of our janitors brought me some hair she'd found in Ruby Spratt's trash. It was Bonnie Hudson's.
I knew it. Ruby Spratt.
Bonnie is Guy's sister. She'd sent us her hair to test potential Roottrees, since her DNA is closest to Guy's. But Ruby threw it out, and I wasn't sure why she would have done that. Especially right before we began testing the tree you provided. When I asked, she told me she thought the samples needed to be fresh every time they did a test.
It seems really odd. Ruby was the one who convinced us to do DNA testing in the first place.
I knew it. I knew Ruby was something. There's too much about her.
You've done more of a deep dive on these people than anybody else has. Clark will keep a closer eye on the DNA tests from now on. You have an eye for anomalies. We need you to find the smoking gun.
If there's anyone you're 100% positive can't be a Rootree,
Or any you've got definitive evidence are Rootree, then we might be able to catch Ruby in a lie.
Oh my god, what are you doing to me? Inconsistencies. Oh. What? Yep, I think he's a blood relative. Or... I think it's not impossible to prove because there are living relatives. I think we can prove it. You just test Barb. Barb is going to be a granddaughter DNA is going to show up. I mean, they're not that far off. I mean, it was his... If they're checking Bonnie's hair, his great-granddaughter. I think this is Ruby Sprat. How about that? There's somebody else. I knew it. There's another S. Neil, Stephen, Stuart, Susan, Sharon, Cicely. Is it Cicely Sanchez? Probably not. Yeah, here's our inconsistency. I knew it. I knew something was weird. This was... Yeah, we can't even get the name there. Definitively say these two are. His name means golden-haired, and look at him. He's just a... He's fair-haired. I think he is. I think these guys kid. This... It's not impossible to prove. All you have to do is do a DNA test. We know that Thomas was pissed. And these are twins. Yeah. And we know for a fact that he is. I haven't found other ones. Hmm. Hey, Davy. What's her school? What am I missing? Pico T. Her daughter's name was Courtney May. Corinne S. And then she filed for bankruptcy. Courtney May. Oh. Corinne S. Okay. Sprat. No, Sprat probably not. Hold on, is that what it is? Corinne Schwartz and Beatrice Watts. She's the woman that Linda Lewis and Angela Ingram, Lisa Lewis, and Valerie Ewing. Molly Seinfeld. Farm now. Arrows, Christine Garland. Oh my good golly, almost 5 hours. Yeah, I'm about to wrap up, even though I'm not done, but I want to finish it. I mean, could be Beatrice, but nothing. Beatrice Watts. No, Courtney May Watts. Oh. Courtney May Newton, formerly Watts. Everyone has everything wrong. My mom approached the Roottrees before 5Ps was ever on the cover of News Time. Nobody at the Rootree company took us seriously. They only listened to us after we appeared on TV and in magazines. The site has a scanned letter from the Ruby legal group to Courtney May's mother, Beatrice. In very polite legal terms, it seems to accuse her of exploiting their name and orders her to leave the Roottrees alone. It stayed for a few weeks and it seems legitimate. Do you know how difficult it was to convince anyone to tell our story? My mom didn't want to show her face because everyone in the media we approached assumed she was lying because her story was just like 5P's. But mom's story was first. Mom was advised by Ryan and Cork to tell News Time that seeing 5P's on the cover was what? Ryan and Cork. The only way News Time would agree. Who the hell's Ryan? Hold on. There's another photo of her. Danny. With the red hair. Okay, so she goes to school? A degree in nursing, so she's a nurse. Oh, I read something. Hold on. Hmm. There's a department store cashier. Retail. He is, but not him. We know this. Hmm. Could this be... Could Ruby Spratt be in a relationship with David, Felix, whatever, the rapper? And either screwed up. I mean, it's either she fixed it so they would get the money, or Beatrice. That's the only thing that doesn't make any sense. Butterscotch, Beatrice. Yes. Yes. That's the one that didn't fit. Nope. She's definitely. I've got it. He never went with Joanna. Well, they had an affair. He found the pictures. I know I'm making jumps here. Courtney Mae Newton, Daniel Newton. Look at the red hair. This was an affair, but he's not the son. This is a lie. Ruby Spratt. Who's that? Cheated. She's in love with him. Who else did I not label? I think it's yes. I think for a fact she came and visited once, never wanted to come back. She loved Robert Redford. He looks like Robert Redford. Who else off the label? Two left to identify. Where's the little thing? thing. The label people. Now these boys? Wait, what? Why wouldn't they be? I mean, they're her kids. Yeah, that makes no sense, of course. What did I miss? Did I miss something? Hold on. Alright. What? Okay. Winston Ryan and Gregory Cork. The firm mostly handles local cases recently represented Anonymom. Their website has a section about the case, including a scan of the DNA test results that proved Jane Doe Rootree was not a Rootree. Okay, Bonnie Kellogg. Vinatico. I'm going to take a sample in person. They put the name of the person according to the legal ID, which is why it says David instead of Felix. Because Guy Hudson is dead, there's no DNA source for Guy. They tested Felix's hair versus a hair sample sent from the Roottrees. It's listed as Jane Doe because it wasn't collected in person, but the Rootree company let them know it was from Bonnie Kellogg, Guy Hudson's sister. That's why it says it is a paternal aunt test. The left and right sets of numbers are essentially signatures that perfectly match the DNA of the two people in question and nobody else. Okay. Okay, hold on. Let me do something. I want to read this myself. This looks different. 13, 9, 12, 7, 8, 8, 13, 16, 8, 5, 14. 14, 15, 20, 9, 14, 14. It's kind of all over the place. There are matching numbers. 18, 18. 11, 9. 10, 10, 10. 15, 15, 14, 15. Adrian Roland. Can you sign this one? Adrian Roland. Mary Beth's children are Roottrees. Hmm. Can I look this up? Maybe the brother. $1950. When did they come here? Jacobson. What? Who is Jacobson? Robertson. Lucinda. Has to be then. What does this mean? I think Miracle's sister-in-law, no, Edith, daughter-in-law, well, the aunt, it has to be. If she was gonna help the fuck up, I think that's what it means. Oh! I never looked into that. I'm an idiot. I know what it is. The baby of... Basket Baby 1950. Why you gotta look up the things on the... They left the baby on her doorstep in a basket. According to the site, she adopted him without question and raised him as her own son. Although it wasn't national news, in many circles he became known as the Basket Baby, and he even went on tour with her as he grew up. None of the websites state who the baby, woman or baby were, likely to prevent people from looking into either of them people too closely. From context, he notes Mary Beth Clementine would later be shunned due to her personal life, and her son Mark would later be known as Crocodile Clementine. Would it be Lucinda's son? So he is related to Miracle, but just not by blood? Look it up. What's the controversy? The thing about Reina? Yes, I can jump. That would have been 1994. Had to have been released in 1984 at the earliest. Others claim that he was just likely trying to make himself sound older, since in response to some of the more questionable lyrics, he has stated multiple times he was just a dumb kid. That means... Here's the leap. Okay. If he saw it on his 17th birthday, do the math here. '94 minus 17 is 1977. 1992 means he was born in 75. Okay. So that mixes up the timeline. Because his mother... Well, yeah, that's a thing. 94, he saw it at 17. Yeah, he saw it at 17 when the movie came out in 92. He was born in 75 when his mother had the affair with Guy. Or... Hold on, let's double check the records. '76. Joanna no longer. Hold on, and Joanna left and when? 77? He's not his kid. Where is it? Isn't that crazy? What did I miss here? Joanna Fellows. 77 Joanna Fellows leaves. So if he's... movie came out in 82. Joanna got married in 76. Those references seeing the movie on his 17th birthday. This would have been in 1994. So if he saw the... Really? Basically, his birthday was 1977. He grew up in foster care. He knows Ruby. He knows Ruby. But he was born in 77. He had to be... he was born in 75. For sure. So that's your inconsistency right there. He's not. I'm just gonna keep digging this up. What do I do now? The song? Ugh. Okay. Good lord. Okay, Business Watch. I thought I did this already. Late March, after the Rootree rift, but before Rootreemania, an accomplished, relatively low-profile lawyer, she offered work for very little money, so long as she could be a public face to build her reputation. The family quickly jumped on this chance, as many family members often attempt to spend as little as possible to keep their shares of the clients of trust as high as possible. After years of looking at the clients of trust more carefully than anyone had in years, Ruby came to the conclusion that Clancy Rootrees' implementation was not legally sound and that there would be constant legal challenges without some modifications. The family put her in charge of the trust. Verifying any claims to the trust and organizing the various charitable causes such as scholarships that have been set up in the name of the deceased. Okay, let's keep going. I know this. Wait, really? I never do that. Mid-Eastern University. Ah! Her valedictorian speech, somewhat controversial at the time, as it was quite serious, with a heavy focus on wealth inequality, didn't go well with a predominantly middle to upper class audience in the attendance. Unsatisfied simply earning her place in Mid-Eastern with a full scholarship, went on to earn a captive audience of her peers with a perfect GPA. It felt like the ideal occasion for a celebration of an undoubtedly incredible individual. However, at the end of her speech, there were many in the audience that wished that neither of those events had transpired. It was a passionate attempt to use her soapbox to proselytize her fellow students and their parents into the religion of poverty, but unfortunately, judging by the silence, they remained unconverted. Okay. I know what's going on. Seriously, Lang? But I thought I knew. Okay, this is how I'm gonna prove it for myself. I already looked this up. Oh. What the? Yeah, the first of two children. Okay, what am I missing here? Wait, what? Line tie. Ugh. I thought I did this. Wait. He's probably not. Jeans. Which services were in some cases falsified. An alibi. The company would claim they performed IVF on someone who was already pregnant to create a cover story for high-profile families who did not want to give up the child but did not want the shame of an unmarried mother. The whistleblower claimed that they had helped to do this at least 6 times, but only provided proof of one case, the daughter of an American politician who was unrelated to your investigation. Key Genes shut down soon after both founders had reportedly fled to Lebanon, where there was no extradition to China or the U.S. Okay. I think that proves it. She was pregnant. I don't know how they explained it. He's not. They falsified it. They switched the samples. $29.85 is $31.01. But if this one was before, they knew it was Bonnie Kellogg's hair. And it was done before. What else am I looking for? I did. Okay, Key Genes. Okay. Okay. Did I get all the evidence for her? Okay, I've got all the evidence for her. That's what it needs me to do. Collect all the evidence for each person. Okay, what else am I looking for? There's one I'm missing. Okay. Okay, what am I missing? Nia Alves. Business Watch. Let's put her. That's the last piece I'm missing. Ah. His research claimed that she essentially had her husband forced upon her as a child bride at the age of 15. Childbirths were not allowed in Brazil until 1990. Ugh. Also claims that past experiences with her husband have been for show. They do not live together and that she resents her own parents for the arrangement. Final claim that she must have made her money under the table through nefarious and possibly illegal means during Brazil's dictatorship, as this research uncovered that she could not possibly have earned enough to start a media company otherwise. After making the statement, the reporter went to hiding for fear of safety. It's all from... Leslie Florence. I looked into that before. Oh my god. That proves it. Are they both not? She just adopted? Okay, I gotta keep going. Okay, what's the next thing I have to look for? RR Productions. There's so much here. Ron Rootree dropping out in the wake of a serious medical issue, although that's only a rumor. Okay. It's because he was sick. There, look this one up. Could they be Leslie and Wild Bill's kids? And because I would have been like, and because she got sick, could be something like that. What am I missing? Ronald. There's two things we're missing in Ronald. But I looked into them before. Is there anything new? Here we go. Multiple affairs, including one with another actress. He was holding a baby and visibly pregnant. Oh, yep. He is a Rootree. She's pregnant. He isn't. Oh my god. Because he always goes after... Wild Bill goes after blondes. Leslie is probably a blonde. I think this is it. I think this is going to be the one that's the hardest to tell. I think it's might be, but it's impossible to prove. Did I get his name? I didn't even catch that name. Well, I caught that. Good lord, how did I miss that? Riley Fellows. What else am I missing here? Okay, let's finish this. Come on. Did I get this wrong? Well, you know what? I'm gonna put it as impossible to prove because of how... We can always do DNA testing, but I think this is the case. It's the picture, right? Of Susan Ford.
Beatrice and Courtney May. Clark, can you swing another test against Bonnie's DNA?
This time I'll be sure to have them verify both samples in person.
1 week later.
Using the family tree you filled out, as well as DNA tests, we were able to uncover the truth behind all the inconsistencies. Clark's handling the business, but I've come to thank you and fill you in on everything we've learned. Buckle up, because it's been one heck of a week. Actually, that's an understatement. It's not every week you discover your family company is being sabotaged by
I knew
someone
it.
they trusted. But that's the kind of time we've been having. Like I said, buckle up. Maybe grab some popcorn. We'll start with Guy Hudson. Guy had a frankly ridiculous number of potential children. What shocked me is how many graduated from potential to confirmed. We can even prove he was aware of them. The smoking gun was how he used company money to pay off a lot of women. He hid it with a method inspired by his idol, Elias. 5-piece flavors. The flavors he was paying to research were a ruse.
Oh, I missed that.
He developed flavors based on the initials of the women he was paying. Which was really stupid, considering one of their names started with X.
Yep.
Let's start with Christine. Guy was paying her under the name Caviar, but there were some other clues. James was born 9 months after Zach's party. Christine was there with Guy, and when she got pregnant, she panicked. Steve stepped up. He even turned it into one of his recipe stories. Not all of Guy's affairs led to offspring. He may have slept with Robin Martin, but she didn't have children, so we'll never know. Also, not every child of Guy's affair partners were his. Robert Garland was born after his parents had already moved to Boston. Skipping Beatrice for now. Up next is Lang Xin-yu. When Guy showed up in China, she was into America. And Americans. Dare I say redheads, even?
Robert Redford, I
When she
told
got
you.
pregnant, her father paid key genes to fake IVF. They claimed her sister was unable to conceive, but her sister and Jerry had their own son, Mark. Sonia Alves was soon after. Nia was married at a very young age to a much older husband. She resented him. I don't blame her. They allegedly spent no time together in private. Guy was in Brazil during Christmas 1979. It's the only Christmas not in the records. Flavio was born 9 months later, and like the others, Guy started paying Sonia. Last was Susan Ford, hired to translate for Guy's overseas trips. It's easy to read into Guy's donation to her school, but there's no definitive proof there. She and Guy were witnessed together near the end of his life. Susan's husband was convinced he couldn't be the father of her daughters. Guy, though, paid double. The price of twins. So, what about 5Ps? Felix Fellow's mother, Joanna, doesn't have a 5 pieces flavor. On top of that, his story doesn't really add up. His mother already left the company by the time Guy became president, and his lyrics indicate he was born sometime around 1975. Alone, that wouldn't necessarily prove it. But there are some suspicious connections between Felix and the company's current lawyer, Ruby Spratt.
I knew it.
They both grew up in Portland, in foster care, and according to the local paper, they definitely knew one another. Ruby was the one who approached the Roottrees to begin with. It was all a setup. Ruby and Felix saw my book's challenge to the Clancet Trust as an opportunity. His mother really had worked for Roottree, and Ruby was a respected lawyer. She exploited my family's greed, worked her way into control of the trust, and ensured Felix got a piece. But they made some mistakes along the way. If you look at the 2 DNA tests that Ruby handled, they were both supposedly tested against Bonnie Hudson. But the 2 signatures that should both represent Bonnie don't match. After Clark and I confronted her, Ruby lawyered up. We suspect Ruby had Donatico test Felix against his own mother's DNA. He had a hairbrush of hers. They sent the female sample in remotely. On the second test, Bonnie's sample was tested locally, but Courtney Mays was not. Ruby's been throwing away samples. We think she sent her own hair instead of Courtney Mays, but it could have been anyone's. Ruby and Felix were in cahoots. As for why, they were both advocates of wealth redistribution. A noble effort. But once they controlled the family fortune, they became just as greedy as the worst members of my family. The money corrupted them. They were so eager to personally wield the wealth for their own cause that they sabotaged any other claims. That finally brings us to Anonymom, aka Beatrice Watts. Her tales of Guy's parties and payoffs were true. She even approached Ruby before 5Ps was on news time. Ruby used Beatrice's truths to make Felix's lies feel real, then ruined the DNA test so that Beatrice looked phony in the public court of opinion. I feel worst for her in all of this. While Ruby and Felix stole the show, there were some other potential new family members as well. Miracle Rootree was less of an open and shut case. That said, it's very likely he had a son with Mary Beth Clementine. Not Stuart. Mary Beth adopted him before she ever set foot in Butler County. That leaves Mark. The timeline fits. He showed up about 9 months after Mary Beth visited Miracle, and the basket baby story is a bit too convenient. If that's not enough on its own, he was also bailed out by the sister of Edith Roottree, Miracle Jr.'s wife. after she changed her name to win that silly contest. Our best guess is that Mark was told by his mother whose son he was, and used that fact to put some pressure on Miracle Jr. We have no real proof of that, but nothing else really makes sense for why they'd be connected in that way. Elias's affair was the most ambiguous. Gwyneth was able to coerce Elias to do things he wouldn't have otherwise done, like pressure to include me in the family. My son even mentioned them arguing about someone named Beth. Combined with Gwyneth's lisp, it's possible the name was actually Bess. Unfortunately, all we know about Bess Williams is that she wrote his book and died not long after, leaving her only son. And the timeline fits with Wildcat, but there's no record if she had any other relationship. Honestly, I wouldn't say we had enough evidence either way. I wouldn't be surprised if Elias cheated. Of course, I'm a bit biased. Regardless, we haven't gotten in touch with any of the Williams clan yet. That means we haven't been able to do a DNA test. As Clark mentioned, from here on out, all of our DNA tests will be in person for both parties.
I was right! Haha!
Lastly, we have a bit of a curveball. Ron Rootree isn't related to us by blood. Gwyn was definitely pregnant, so it's likely Robbie is. When Ron and Robbie went to visit their mother at the end of her life, something changed. Additionally, there have been a few rumors circling around Ron. RR Productions canceled the Guys Like Us remake due to the director's illness. At the same time, Ron's wife Penelope began doing benefits for Huntington's disease, stating that she had become familiar with it. Huntington's is the same disease that Gwyn's former co-star Leslie Florence had. It's passed from parent to child. It can't skip a generation. Because Gwyn and Wild Bill didn't have Huntington's, and Ron seems to, it's impossible Gwyn was his mother. I recently confirmed all this with Ron. At the end of her life, Gwyn told Ron the story. Leslie and Bill had an affair the same year Leslie learned she had Huntington's. Leslie got pregnant. Leslie wasn't likely to survive to see her child grow up. And even if she did, she didn't want to be a burden. She begged Gwyn and Wild Bill to adopt her child. Gwyn did. Mere weeks after she found out she was having her own son, she also took in Ron. Wild Bill was a problem. Unreliable and a serial adulterer. Gwyn divorced him and never saw him again. Gwyn had already told Starlet she was pregnant, so it never really made waves when people saw her with a child in Paris. There was gossip during her divorce when she was discovered to be pregnant again. In actuality, it was the final months of her only pregnancy. To lay low, she stayed in Paris long enough that even her own family never had reason to question the timeline. It's one heck of a story, and frankly nobody could be expected to piece the timeline together, not with what few mentions of Gwyn's past have survived. But the Huntingtons itself? That's proof. Ron suing Robbie to remove him from the Clancid Trust was a huge moment in my story, and a major catalyst for this entire investigation. Finding out that it's been pretty much backwards this whole time has been a bit surreal. So that's where we're at. Looking over the information you sent us was invaluable. You got everything absolutely correct.
Hell yeah.
Why did we even bother hiring a team? You figured it all out solo. All this information, this entire story. It's a lot, in more ways than one. Some of it has the potential to destroy marriages and ruin relationships. We're handling it all very, very carefully. But we couldn't have gotten here without you. And with that, I guess our tale has finally, truly come to an end. No words can express how grateful I am to you for untangling this mess. Honestly, I've had enough of my family's eccentricities and scandals for one lifetime. I imagine you have as well. And if not, well, there's always Elias's and Gwyneth's brothers and sisters.
Attention, attention, Roottrees. This is 5 Piece coming at you
hypocrites sitting back in your massive estates, built from the cash that your ancestors gave you, acting like you somehow deserve it based on your family's
Just go through it. Woo.
But look at here, sonny, don't you come for our money, or you might burn bright in hellfire someday, like that Madsen chick and her two dads. My pappy's cleansing trust should keep you away. Yo, it's disturbing catching a
Can you listen to the whole song?
but blurts out these claims that somehow we're sinners because we didn't earn it. When all of your worth it came free with your name, you
Well,
expect me to treat you
it's all done. That is one of my longest streams ever. It's been a ride. At the end there, I was just kind of like, okay, let's figure it all out. Let's get it all together. But I had a good time. I will probably be back tomorrow with something new. Not quite sure yet, but I'll see you there. Thanks. Please follow and subscribe.